over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just there 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
Talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Ball goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh! It is purple sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two for the smoke. A third, a fourth. She me! Oh my god, Air, you need to do something! But he gets one! Oh my god, Dream!
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards sight. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Halia though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, and gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed. Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post play. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from rotation to habit. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go up, but he's actually playing the mind game! And he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them! He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across, needs his gun, he actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out!
To engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing stacks.
Purple Sherman about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper. Oh, double kill for Purple Sherman! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherman!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
G'day there folks, hello and welcome to the second day of the group stage here for the Oceanic VALORANT Open. I'm Guz, joining me is Raven, and we should be in for some pretty fun games this afternoon.
Yep, super excited. I mean, yesterday was quite a tough match for a couple of teams, especially Diables in one of those matches that you and I casted. But look, I think it's only going to get tougher, and I think these games are going to be really, really good.
Yeah, well, of course, this first match of this evening or this afternoon will be Coffee taking on 1HP in the lower bracket. So if these teams lose out in this best of 3, they will be knocked out of the tournament. And then later this afternoon, we actually have the winner of this upcoming game taking on the winner of Dire Wolves and Rip and Tear. So it should make for a big afternoon.
Yep, really should. And look, I think Coffee are probably going to be a team to look for. They are the ones that are coming into this higher seeded. They made it deeper in the upper bracket yesterday, losing to Unnamed in that upper bracket round 2. I think they're definitely the team to look out for, and this is going to be a good series.
Yeah, we are just getting the players loaded in here, and I'm pretty sure they have switched sides, so that's actually going to have to force me to switch the overlay. I believe it's going to be... No, is it? I think... who voted to go on defense? So I think Nallary. So that is team 1HP is going on the defense. So they'll be left-hand side of screen, attack right-hand side of screen. So we'll just get the final R's. I'll quickly actually update the graphic, and then Raven, we should be pretty set to jump into this one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, I think this is going to be a really good series. And of course, the winner of this will move through to the lower bracket round 3. Which is the end of the lower bracket. And that'll be against the winner of Direwolves Rip and Tear, which is also occurring right now. So that's going to be a great series as well. And obviously there's a lot on the line. Rip and Tear are a team that hadn't really lost many games coming into this stage of the tournament, as was Direwolves. So they're going up against each other, and one of those teams won't make it through. So that's going to be an exciting one. And of course, the winner of this will get to play the winner of that, which to me is also really going to be intriguing and a good series as well.
Awesome. Well, we will just be jumping into the game. We'll run a quick ad, and then we will be jumping into Bind, the first match of this afternoon. We'll be back soon. Alrighty folks, hello and welcome back. We're about to jump into 1HP taking on Coffee, the first map being Bind. Of course, we'd like to give a massive shout out to all our sponsors for this event. One of them being Puma. If you guys type ¡Puma into the chat, and I don't have the cameras up at the moment, Raven, but actually I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up real quick. I'll bring it up really quickly. If you look in the background here of Raven, you can see, look at those beautiful shoes. Type in !Puma, click the link, and I think they're giving away 20 pairs, which is absolutely awesome. They're really good quality. So make sure you guys jump in on that action. But Raven, we're in. It's time to go.
We are in the game, and we're in this first buy phase, and I'm always excited about the round one of the game because it's the pistol round, of course, the all-important pistol round, and it does kind of set the tone for how maybe this half could pan out. We've talked about economy and the impact of not winning this first round. It does give you a disadvantage going into round 2 as well because you won't have as much credits as the other team. So this opening one can be really exciting, and it can set the pace.
Indeed, and as we always say, this first round, unfortunately, there is a bit of a UI bug. Everyone's going to be called Swade and have a Phantom in hand for some reason, so please just ignore that UI for this first round. Everyone, of course, doesn't have the cash to buy that utility, and it will be a full pistol round. It looks like we are going to see potentially a B-long push here coming out from Team Coffee. 3-man stack, and also a couple going short as well. And some good positioning on the site, which is going to be a little bit tough for the attackers to deal with. That Sage putting out that barrier orb means that they can't get a clean entry, and window being smoked off as well means that these gunfights are a little delayed. It's going to be opened up by the attackers though. It's a great start for them as they push through. A few defenders on site to find. Cavalier gets a nice shot onto Ceres, as well as another one coming out from the top of Spawn. Cavalier gets that as well, so Spike down. It's going to be the retake for the defense. Flank coming out there from Apathetic. He gets one, but gets traded out. It's an attacking win here for round number 1, and that's Team Coffee getting the early lead. Now, they did well, just a little bit patient, waiting for some of that utility to be able to clear up before they got that final push in. But once they got through, worked out quite well for them in the end. So setting the tone nicely, they're able to move up their buy scheme. We see Spectres being brought by, looks like most of these players. Defense, they're going to have to be bringing pistols again, like we said. So you would really be expecting this round to be going in the camp of Coffee. Again, we're going to see 3 players going up B long, 2 going towards that window position. In fact, it's the exact same players as well. So expect this round to play out pretty similarly and maybe even be more dominant. As we mentioned, they do have that utility on the board. Skits on Sage will get that opening pick, almost gets the second, but Dream, in fact, will collect that kill. And now it's up to the rest of 1 HP to try and retake this round. Maybe try and find a couple of picks and maybe even steal a couple of those weapons. But the spike has gone down. And look, this round should well and truly be Coffee's. Yep. Only 3 men alive for the defense. Going to be a very difficult retake with only pistols. They're going to do their best though. And Apathetic gets one onto Skit's machine. Not going to be able to. Oh, we will find the second one. So they could be able to get this gun and at least do some damage to the economy. The attack will eventually come over the top to win their second round in a row. But look, the defense, at least they got a couple of picks, like you said. That is potentially all they needed to do in that attempted retake. Right here. Budgets will open up a little bit here now for 1 HP, who will be able to commit to a buy for the first time here on Bind. And try and start reclaiming the rounds that they have dropped. Keen to see how Coffee adapts. We've seen a very, very similar push in the previous 2 rounds, but it looks like we might see a heavier push in towards A on this occasion. And you notice they're 1 HP with their full buys, and they're all back to 0 credits. So if they do not win this round, they are going to be really juggling with their economy and really struggling with that aspect of the game for a little while as Coffee are continuously winning these rounds. Of course, we are only 2 down steep, so not too much cause for concern. Looks like the push is slightly different here, focused more towards A. There are 3 defenders they will have to deal with if this is where they stick their push for the spike. Seems like they might be contemplating some sort of rotate, just getting a feel for it in this round, trying to see if maybe they can find this opening pick in towards short. Push will come through. Apathetic is in a great position to try and shut this down on a little bit of an off angle. He did boost up onto this spot using the satchel, and he hears the players towards short, gets the first and will drop the spike. Nade will follow out. Not sure that will find a pick, but it should slow things down. A second pick as well will come out from 1 HP, and this attack has been stalled out pretty well.
Yeah, just some great angles used by that defense, really giving them that advantage. And the attack has never been able to break through. It is all up to the Rays here with Spike in hand. Just waiting to see if the defense gets a little bit edgy, and he does. Wait it beautifully. Gets one. The other one goes to the teleporter, so he doesn't have to worry about that for a little while, at least, as they rotate around. 2 left on site for him to deal with. Try and get around. Yeah, that recon bolt not quite finding the mark. So he might have an opening here, but 10 seconds.
No, I pressed the wrong key. Oh, no. I pressed 2 instead of 3. I fat-fingered. My apologies. My observing is nowhere as good as Sky's was yesterday. Hopefully, he'll be jumping on later this afternoon to help me out because I'm definitely a bit of a bot on the sticks. So I apologize for that. But there we go. 1 HP managed to get around back, which is a great result for them. It would have been devastating to have lost their first buy, but they do manage to get that on the board. And that does put a little bit of pressure now on the economy back towards Coffee, but a couple of their players are still in a great position to buy, but it looks like they might actually commit to a save this round.
Yeah, they're not going the full deep. It looks like there was a few sheriffs, a Spectre, light armor, so maybe just trying to boost that nice and early so it's not a concern later. Electing to come through Fountain to be long. Here are 3 players of this attack. Looks like it might be a swift one. There's 2 players pinching through the window hookah area. So looks like it's going to be all B, and looks like it's going to be quick, Guz.
Keep in mind, there is a big flanking coming around from the Rays, so we'll keep an eye on that as this push will come through. Barrier Orb goes up, but he also gets taken down in the process. And there we go. The attack of Coffee just being cleaned up at the moment. Keep in mind, it was a pistol round, so we weren't expecting a whole lot. But they don't manage to find... Oh, they actually did manage to find 1 pick, but I don't think that's going to have a massive dent on 1 HP, who will now be able to carry on this momentum.
Yeah, good for them. They've got 2 rounds back, and we're tied up at 2-2. Looked like it was going to be mostly Coffee at the start, but they really have just brought it back with some really good positioning on site. They've just been able to hold deep, hold nice angles, crossfires, so as that attack comes through, all they have to do is rely on themselves winning those gunfights. And the utility burn from the attack was real. I mean, they used a lot of stuff to try to get through to site, and it didn't really work out for them. So this is a good defense so far from 1 HP.
I'm going to try and track this recon bolt. Oh, that actually does spot out the Rays, so that's a great recon bolt, giving some early intel there for 1 HP. Only spots the single player, and it may well be a fakie here by the attack, who actually have a couple of members pushing from bathroom. Spike, though, still in that mid position to give them a little bit of flexibility. Our drone comes out. Recon bolt actually stuck there onto Dream, who will be forced back. Brimstone's still there to cover as both teams, again, still trying to get a feel in this early round.
And defense not baited into anything on A. That Rays will get the opening pick for the attack, though, so that's going to help them a lot as they weren't getting opening picks in those previous rounds. Spike going to be recovered, and looks like they are going to commit to the A push, rotating around. Ooh, another pick coming out from Zill, and looks like this might be attack round, guards. It is a 4 versus 2.
Rotate coming out now from 1 HP, forced through the defender spawn. Spike planted, I believe, for short here, and this is going to be a really difficult retake. It looks like they will try and commit to it. Lush still with the spy cam. Does try and find some intel on that short position, but it looks like Coffee playing this one quite passively. Trying to drain as much time as possible. Shots do rain out, and Ceres can molly off bathroom, but I don't think that's really going to be enough here. They need to find these 2 that are playing short at an absolute minimum, but that time is ticking down, and look, I don't think it's really going to be possible. The first one drops, and Ceres uses that as a cue to back off, and he'll be able to save his primary for the next round.
Yeah, well done by Coffee to bring that one back. That was a good attack in the end. Really aided by that opening pick we saw from the Rays over on the B side. Meant that they just had that man advantage then, and they full rotated to A, where they actually had a dominance over the 2 players left on site there. So I really like that from Coffee. Progressing forward now and see whether they can continue to back it up.
For what feels like the first time potentially in this match, really both teams are going to commit to a full buy. This is where the stakes really start to rise a little bit as both teams really want to capitalize on these rounds. It does appear as if Coffee might have the advantage on paper, 4 ults on the board. That could make things a little bit trickier for 1 HP if they are able to combo that utility, and it looks like it may well be a full push onto B, where in fact 1 HP have stacked 3 of their defenders.
Do you still have that Cypher there over in the A cubby area through mid. That might be able to try and bait it out, or maybe no, he's going to use the teleporter, so he's coming in towards hookah window section. Like you said, it looks like it is going to be a full B push here. Will come down to a successful entry. It's just that one player in the middle and one in elbow for them to deal with as they try and get this entry.
Cypher there on the boost. Tries to smoke bang any of those players on site, but doesn't quite hit the mark. Places down a trip mine, and that could actually be quite helpful. We still do see the raise from 1HP probing for that late flank. It is being watched, however, and oh my, they've actually used the teleporter here, and that could really switch things up, but one of them gets shut down by that raise. Apathetic getting the opening pick in this round, and that's a great entry.
That's really good positioning there from Apathetic, just to hang out in that midsection, just to see whether they will access that teleporter, as so many of them were pushing B long. Read beautifully, and now it has stunted them. They see the stage with Spike, but all alone, just waiting for Sova to come and back her up, so whether maybe they can do this A push. But in the meantime, a lot of the defenders have started to rotate. Apathetic gets another one. Has been a revive, though, onto the Brimstone, so it is going to be a 4 versus 4.
Only 10 seconds on the board here for Coffee to try and get this plant down. That barrier orb will provide some protection, but his position on the plant has been revealed. Denial not there, though, and heal goes out as well. So they are in a good position, 1 HP, to try and cover this, but I'm not sure they'll be able to get that barrier orb down. It's going to prove quite challenging, particularly with that ult going down. Skits still with a slow orb as well to shut down that elbow rotate. Timer ticking down, and it's looking a little bit dire here for 1 HP. Yet to find a pick in this round. The barrier orb finally goes down, but they need to find these picks quickly. It is, of course, a plant for short. First goes down, but Orbital Strike will follow up. That ult will surely win the round here for the attackers. I don't think they're going to be able to counter defuse this. It could be on though, but no, it will be shut down surely. It's left in the one-on-one, and there we go. The attackers will close out the round, and in doing so, extend that lead from 3-2 up to 4-2.
That was good by the attack in the end. It looked like they might have had some trouble, and we thought the defense with that read in the mid from the teleporter, that might have been a spike in their attack, but no, it actually worked out for them. They got it down in the end. They were very low on time. I think that spike went down with about 10 seconds to go, but it worked out well for them. Coffee move ahead 4-2. See whether 1 HP can start to bring this back. But right now, guys, this is feeling like a nice tight contest between these teams.
Definitely a back and forth so far, and it appears as if Coffee once again will change up their attack. They haven't really been afraid to experiment with either bomb side, and it looks like they will go for the 3-man push down long with potentially some assistance from short, but Apathetic will get that opening pick on that flank over towards A short. So that will be the Cypher down for Team Coffee. And it's probably not the start they wanted here.
No, definitely not, but might have done the job. I mean, there's those 2 defenders that are still sitting around A, but I feel like they are starting to get wary that nobody is there. That's going to give a good signal to the defenders over on B that, hey, push is coming to your side. Attackers are just going to walk straight through to side, though. There's one on side they haven't dealt with. Finally, Tails gets that pick, and Tails gets another. That means the defense are really on top right now. Attack answers back, though. Thanks to 3 versus 2 in favor of this defense.
Looks like the plant will go down in the 2 versus 3. It is stuck there by DreamZ. Able to cover. Oh, no, he doesn't manage to get that first pick. Takes a rocket launcher to the face. Dream needs to find 3, but he can't find the first. That's Tails with the 3K. And again, they will close down that margin.
Yeah, look, that it was a bit unfortunate there for the attackers, just coming up against the face of that Raze with the bazooka out. But look, well done from 1 HP. They repelled that attack really well. I mean, when I saw the attackers just clean take site, I was a bit worried for the defense. They were about to get caught off guard or caught sleeping a little bit. But no, they answered back really well. So moving forward, again, the economy looking very even between these teams, as we have seen a general trade of rounds. I think it's basically gone 2-2-2 in each favor. So maybe, based on history, 1 HP we're going to get this round. We'll see.
Well, it will be a pistol round for Team Coffee. A couple of sheriffs on the board, so you would have to favor 1 HP to take this round. Of course, those sheriffs can pack a punch. They can find a couple of openings and even pick up the weapons dropped. It could be obtainable. Looks like it will be a 4-man at least slow push here. Potentially 5, I believe. And there we go. They're going to rush in now. And it's up to these defenders to try and hold this back.
I like this. You know, you got the pistol round, so you may as well go deep and go fast. And they have done so. Spike down. So that means that it's all pressure on the defense. Cavalier finds Apathetic, who's been a really good player for the defense so far. This makes it a 5 versus 4, and it's going to be tough for these attackers. He is caught, though, in that orbital strike. That finds 2 from Cirez. Lush gets another. That means it's down to 2 attackers to try and hold on to this round.
Dream does have his ult here. Will he actually use it to deny the plant? He's left in a 1 versus 4. He gives away the intel that this ult has been activated. Doesn't quite manage to down the player that is going for it, but will find that pick onto Nullery. But it doesn't matter. The spike is defused. Dream will drop back, and that's a round for the attack. For the defense.
And maybe just a little bit mistimed there, because he had about 6 seconds left to try and burn off for that defuse. And if he had just kept them away from Spike just that touch longer, might have been enough, but not to be. And as we said, based on history, these teams are trading rounds in packs of 2. So we're back here at 4-4, feeling very tight, and 1 HP have been doing pretty well on these defenses, given some of the thoroughness that we've seen coming out of Coffee.
So what you're saying is Coffee should take these, take the next 2 rounds, right?
Based on history, yes, Coffee will get the next 2.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a 3-2 split again, long and short from the attack. Strax getting aggressive inside of that window position. That cyber cage, though, will temporarily obstruct his vision. He's going to decide to play that patiently as Ceres tries to potentially find the pick. Here's the sniper, though, and will back off. Decides to Molotov that position to try and slow it down even further, but I think it's going to get explosive here pretty quickly.
Yeah, it really looks like the attack is very stacked up here. That being said, player with Spike is still near teleporter, so they could bail out if they want to. And there are still 2 defenders on A, just in case there is a quick rotate. But no, it looks like the commit is coming into B. The attack launch in. Strax gets 1 in the middle. That's Lush taken off. Versus 5. Strax finds another. He sees 1. Doesn't quite get the pick, though. This attack can get another shot here. They might be able to get Spike down and hold on to this position. This defense is really under a lot of pressure.
Rotate coming through. Spike actually yet to be planted, so it might be winnable here for the defense, but that's not a great start. Tails dropped from that elbow position, and now it's left in a 2 versus 4. Spike will finally be stuck, and now it's time for the retake. Boombot goes out. Orbital strike as well to follow here from the attack. Trying to deny this retake. Nullery. And we'll commit to this double door. 3 members from Coffee, low on HP here. So this is winnable. Or they actually get the one with the highest HP, but it is refragged. Apathetic needs to find the rest. He finds 1. The other 2 are towards long. Oh, he narrowly misses the first. And Strax with the 3k will close out the round for Coffee.
Yeah, that was definitely doable. Like you said, there were 3 players on the attacker team that were all low HP. And that just takes a couple of quick, well-placed shots to land the mark, but nope, not to be. As history says, guys, Coffee will get that round. Can they get the next one in a row?
I mean, potentially. Could well see that occur. I'm trying to work out what the keybind is to go up in the air. Oh, it's E. There we go. All right, we're good. We're good. Instead of having to look up like that, that would just be incredibly annoying. Anyway, looks like we're going to see a 3-2 split again, but on the A-bomb site on this occasion. Spike dropped back towards that mid position. On paper, A is looking like the weaker bomb site. Only 2 players there. Oh, Apathetic. He's getting very aggressive. If he pushes, he'll be able to find the pick. There we go. Brimstone. Left staring at his wrist is taken down, and that's a great pick for 1 HP.
Absolutely. It does give them that advantage. Done by them. But look, again, this attack being a little bit methodical here, quite slow, just figuring out exactly where this defense is positioned. And I've got to hand it to 1 HP. They've been quite consistent with their positioning. Generally, the last few rounds, they've been stacking around 3 on B and then the 2 on A. And I believe that's just because there's such a quick rotate to get back to B with that teleporter. Just in case. But seems to be a B commit here. 2 in long, 2 in pickle window area. Cavalier gets 1 onto Tails. Does even out the man count now as they push to site.
Sarah's trying to deny that window drop. He doesn't have to really do it though. His teammates will assist. Site though has been given to the attack, and the spike will be committed by Dream, running that operator. Now trying to hold that long angle in towards the CT spawn. Narrowly misses that shot, sends out an hour drone in fact, and could well spot two defenders that are playing inside of Albert. Oh my, what? Strax, excuse me, manages to hit that wall bang, but Apathetic finds 3 in the round. And then needs to find one more. That player actually at long, and surely that rocket launcher will hit. No! It actually misses the mark. Cavalier narrowly avoids that. Now he needs to try and deny the plant. I don't know if he'll be able to get there in time, though. It doesn't matter. He will be taken down by 1 HP, who will end up claiming the round. And wow, this is really close. The scoreline drawn at 5 apiece.
Yeah, really hard. I was just thinking, it's actually so hard to separate these two teams right now in terms of what is bringing either of them ahead. I feel like they're both playing really well and really consistent. And the scoreboard accurately reflects that at 5-5. So this is a really exciting contest right now. And this is just map 1 of this series, guys. There's a whole lot more of these two teams to be butting heads to happen.
That is the case. Keep in mind that we will not be seeing split this afternoon between these two teams. That was the one map that was outed in the veto. So if you're a split fan, I apologize. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of teams are really wanting to head to that map, particularly in this best of 3 format. Ooh. And Skits will open up the bank here for his team, shutting down Apathetic, who has been quite strong so far on this map.
It didn't quite catch the rest of the team, but it looks like Coffee have gone for a slight save round here. At least there was Skits with the Sheriff. Probably the others are following suit. Split again. Looks like there's a push here in towards Hookah window. Ooh. But no commit right now. It does look like it is this pistol round from the attack. And previously Coffee, when they were doing a mid-game pistol round, so to speak, they were trying to do it pretty quick. And that really worked out. And right now, Skits gets Tails, who just revived the other person that Skits killed. So nicely done. Hackers will go in with the advantage. This position from Apathetic works out. He's refragged, though. So that gives attackers access to sight. Spike could go down at truck.
Again, a barrier orb will be used to cover that position. Strax, though, gets aggressive towards the cutout. Oh, my goodness. He whiffs those shots. And Nullery, with 5 HP, manages to get that kill in it. I think it could be achievable, this retake, potentially. Oh, Cypher is going to use that upload to work out exactly where all of these players are located. The intel will go out now. It's really up to them to try and time these picks. Again, Nullery is low on HP, so he's really only going to be useful as a bait here, or he'll be fortunate enough to maybe luckily get that pick. But unfortunately for 1 HP, Coffee get 2 in return. Make that 3. It's a thrifty for them in this round. The pistol works off in their favor. And heading into the last round of the half, they will have a slight lead.
Yeah, but can you really call it that? Because like I said, I really feel like it's tough to separate these teams. And while it was a 3v3 when the spike went down in that eventual situation, it felt like 1 HP had every chance to be able to get that. It's just a little slow from them on that retake. And the positions from Coffee were great. So, I don't know. This could definitely be a 6-6 half. And even if it goes to the 7-5, I still feel like it's very, very close between these teams. And by no means would I feel like Coffee is any closer necessarily to a victory. We'll see whether this round turns out that way, though. Zil will open it up, or Z will open up the scorecard. And that does give the attack the early advantage.
Last round of the half, of course. So these teams using any credits they have remaining to try and get the edge on this round. Quick repeat at the scoreboard. We'll see there's only 3 ults on the board, 2 for Team Coffee. So they might not have a massive impact on how this round plays out, but the push is coming through short. Not really contested at the moment by the defense. Barrier orb again will go up. Such a common strategy from these teams to get that spike down for a short plant. It is successful, and again we will see 1 HP trying to retake the site.
Yeah, and really hard positions to flush out there once they've planted that spike at truck. It's really planted to that mid position, that mid hole. Nellary does answer back, though, getting Skits. Cavalier gets the refrag. Does make it an even 3 versus 3. Still in favor of the attackers, I dare say, though. Cavalier will answer back. Strax gets 1, all up to Nellary, but he is fragged out. Coffee move ahead as a 7-5 once we finish this half.
That will mark the end of the half. We will run a very quick break. On the other side, it will be the second. Alrighty, folks. Oh, I went to the wrong screen. I went to the cam screen. Hello. No, we're going back to the game. My apologies. I clicked the wrong one. There we go. We're back here for the second half between Team Coffee and 1HP. Coffee with a very slight lead, 7-5 heading in to this second half. But as you've alluded to, Raven, it's been incredibly difficult really to try and separate these two teams.
Revealing area.
Yeah, really, it took all of, or most of that first half before we even really started to see a separation on the scoreboard, which has led us to this 7-5. I really do think it's still very firmly a reality here for 1HP to be able to get it. But look, this is a quick push onto the site from 1HP. They need to get these entry picks. They don't, though. The first two go in favor of the defense. They are going to be able to get this spike down, it looks like, but they are surrounded by defenders on this retake.
Apathetic really needs to find this player at the defender spawn, and he does. He also finds a second, but the jump shot there will eventually shut him down. Strax with a great kill will be able to counter defuse the spike, and Coffee will critically get that first round of the half.
And Apathetic in particular has been a very important player for 1HP. He was really instrumental in how well they were going in that first half. And even just then, he held his own somehow around the middle of sight as Spike was going down. Could have really had the impact, but not to beat. Most importantly, that's Coffee actually getting a 3-round buffer now, which we have not really seen at all in this match. And importantly, that's the pistol round of the half. So they're more likely to get this next round. We might see them increase that deficit to 9-4.
Could well be the case. The attackers, 1HP, likely to try and just overwhelm the site. The short plant at A might be the easiest option to at least get the spike down. Although it could be difficult in the event of a retake. You do see Apathetic dumping some util towards B, so maybe faking a plant. He does take a little bit of damage, but oh, it might not have worked as shots will come out on the other bomb site. Switch on to Skits now, who's basically left alone to defend, but Dream will come alongside to assist, as it looks like a short plant will be committed to.
That makes to be. Again, that spike at Truck using that barrier orb. A very important part of meta of attacking his side, and all the defense is going to get real aggressive in bustling that Skits. He takes out Nellery. That was a worthwhile play right there, and this might be a really effective defense retake for Coffee.
Still plenty of work to do. Apathetic as well. Also on the late flank. Candifi's going down. They need to try and deny it though. Ceres hits the jump shot. Where's Apathetic? Oh, he gets it! And the second! Oh, that's a big play from him, but he needs to find one more. It's a 1 versus 1. Grenade goes out. Cypher though walks straight past it. Apathetic, can he hit the shot? Oh, he will. Huge flank from him, keeping his team in this one, and he will be able to stay alive as well. The spike just exploding a little bit too late. And look, that's a really great round from him.
That is a massive round from Apathetic. I mean, again, I talked about the impact that he had for 1HP, even in that first half. And just then, a round where they essentially had all pistols, I think maybe one of their players bought. But a round that generally shouldn't have been theirs based on what the attackers brought. And when the spike went down in the positioning, just fantastic. But look, Apathetic, fantastic play from him. That flank was just phenomenal.
1HP, switching things up on this occasion. Having one player bait A potentially, and the rest actually committing to a B push. Oh, Cavalier! Oh, gets taken out by the boom bot. Apathetic on fire at the moment, playing really, really well. Getting critical picks.
Absolutely, he is really instrumental on entry and on the late round flank. Doing so. Defense stacked up in B here. 2 players to deal with. These attackers to get entry. That recon bolt is going to spot out player of Z. Tails does take him out. Apathetic again with the ult takes out Dream. That means there are 2 defenders that will have to try and stop this attack. Spike is being planted. Spike will go down, does
appear as if Coffee did save this round, so it's not really detrimental a whole lot. They do have, again, that slight buffer, but they want to at least try and find some picks. Ill-advised jump there from Skits will end his life. Now it's Strax left in 1 versus 4 again, just trying to find as many picks as possible. I doubt he's going to use his ult here, probably not really worth it. Definitely won't be, as he can't get that first pick. 1 HP, slowly crawling this one back.
Yeah, it felt like, well, it was the previous round. I said we might have been looking at a coffee 9-4, but all of a sudden it's actually just an 8-7. So again, these teams are just so hard to keep separate. Feeling very even right now are these guys, and we might be seeing a very tight finish to this map.
Spike getting left in spot there by 1 HP, so they'll collect that still, of course. Plenty of time. I love how both teams on their attacks have really been quite varied. We've seen pushes on both bomb sites. Neither team really having their hearts set on just the one style or the one push. Looks like the defenders are going to get quite aggressive towards long here. That's Z alongside the Cypher. Oh no, this could be very dangerous. Oh, Z lines up 2. Doesn't quite find the 3rd. It is traded out there by Lush. And his teammate, or the Cypher rather, from Team Coffee, will be able to push back towards site.
Yeah, big aggressive push on that B long. It did essentially work out though, seeing as they only traded 1 player for 2. Coffee have a 4 versus 3 man advantage. Still a minute to go. Most of this attack is stacked up around B. They do have access to the teleporter, but the spike holder is in window. So maybe not the play there. Looks like they might be full committing to this push, trying to get entry on site. Apathetic, very instrumental player. He is in. He is located by that recon bolt though. He's going to use this drone to be able to try and secure this spike plant. But Brimstone taken out by Cavalier.
He pushes through elbow. Goes for the wallbang, but won't hit its mark. It's Apathetic left in a 1 versus 4. He finds 1, he finds 2. How many more? Oh, almost thought he'd be on to clutch that round out, but it wasn't meant to be. And Coffee will maintain that 2-round advantage.
They will, but it feels like it's just teetering on a nice edge. I mean, Apathetic has just been so impactful. And look at that, he's out there on 25 kills. He was, you know, neck and neck with Strax on the other team, for example, for a lot of this game in terms of that top fragging. But these last few rounds in particular, it feels like he's just popping off guys. And he's really trying to open this game up for his team, and he needs his teammates to maybe step up a little so that they can get some more rounds on the board. 9-7 is the scoreline.
Saving grace for 1 HP in this round is the fact that they have 3 ults ready to go. Question is, will they be able to use those effectively? They have committed to this B push. 3 down long, 2 towards this window position, but Coffee equally committed as well. The majority of their players trying to defend this site.
They are committing to this push again into B. I like the patience from Coffee, still keeping those 2 defenders on A, just in case that teleporter is accessed. But again, Spike Carrier is in window. I think that teleporter is not going to be used in this instance. They explode through to site, but they can get the entries this time. They don't. Cavalier has something to say about that. That's answered back though by Tails. Apathetic joins in on the kills. Gives them the man advantage as Spike goes down.
Orbital Strike comes out. Ceres, though, will commit to the plant. 50 HP left still in the bank, but he gets shut down by Strax. It's a 3-on-2. Make that a 3-on-1. It's Tails left to try and find all these kills, but that rocket launcher will surely shut him down. The barrier orb as well, not really helping him out. And that will be the round going to Team Coffee.
Yep, it will, and he was just a sitting duck at that stage. So great retake again from the defense. And 1 HP aren't really getting these clean entries, and I think that's a big deal. They're not getting in, getting the picks needed so they can maintain their team composition and then be in post plant. They're actually really fighting hard to even get the control to get Spike down, and by that stage, the retake is close or it's on for the defense. So well played from Coffee, really excelling right now, and they're edging closer and closer to that match point, and they're creating a really big separation.
Still 3 ults here for Team Coffee to try and extend that lead as Dream will get the opening pick. Great play from him. Aljoan goes out to try and scout this B bomb site. There are 2 defenders currently holding that, so they will need to be mindful. Here is Z alongside Dream trying to defend this site. Dream takes a little bit of damage, and it looks like the push will come out through long. Still 3 members of the defense on A. They could find themselves in a very tricky position, but we might even see a rotate coming out here from the attack.
Yeah, they don't look fully committed to this. They will get the revive back onto Apathetic at least, so it makes it a 5 versus 5. Again, Light Carrier is over in this Windows section, so really not looking like they are going to do this rotate. Yeah, no, they're moving back towards Link, so maybe that is the play. But there are 3 defenders around that A site, so in fact, it probably is maybe more the play to stick with the B push.
Defenders playing this one really well so far, but we are now going to see actually the Sage of Skits rotate back towards B, so it's mind games at the moment for both these teams. Apathetic, in fact, still in that window position trying to bait some shots, but will think better of that, as it looks like the push is coming through. No one really able to defend this. Oh, I take back my words. That's Strax managing to find 1 pick from Bathroom, but he can't find another. It's up now for the attack to try commit to the plant, but Dream going big on his ult is able to deny it, and I think the defenders will be able to play time. I don't think they're going to be able to get this one down. So much going on towards site. They know that they don't have time to commit to the plant, and that's a great round there from Team Coffee.
And just a huge play from the Sova on Coffee. Basically just ended that round from a distance. So really well played from them. And as you said, they're moving ahead now. They're up 11-7, 4-round separation. In fact, I believe that is the biggest deficit that we've seen now in the map. So really, this could be Coffee storming towards a map 1 victory.
It's really up to the likes of Strax now to try and step up. Has been... No.
Yeah,
you know what's confusing me? It's the colors. The colors are flipped on everything, so it's incredibly confusing to keep track of who's who.
Yep.
Just call it attack and defense. That's what I'm sticking with.
Easy peasy. Speaking of the attack though, look, they're doing this B push again early on, and Spike is in window, and I think this is probably a critical issue with the way that they're attacking, is maybe if they push the Spike carrier along, they would actually have a solid rotate option available, but given the Spike is in window, they can't really do that. They could try and book it out through Link, but that takes time. Cavalier takes off Apathetic, who has been the standout player for 1 HP. That's a great start for Coffee now, and potentially giving themselves that chance to inch into match point.
Looks like the smokes will come out here to try and deny this push. Ceres takes a bit of damage from that shock bolt. Even more from the second, but does manage to survive. And it appears as if the attack now will rotate back around. Ceres gets some assistance from that healing orb. Looks like they will now recommit once again to this B push, but Coffee do have 3 members still defending.
Very set into this attack here. They're going to try and bust in. 2 players are aiming towards that window section. Barrow Orb goes up from Tails, but he's being spotted by that tripwire. Dream and Sarah's will trade. Time ticking heavily away though. Spike does get down in the nick of time. Lush gets an entry. That's great. And now it's all up to 2 of the defenders to get this retake.
Strax with the satchel. Doesn't quite find his pick. Needs to move now. That orbital strike forcing him down window, but he does find the pick. Can't find the second towards long. That's up to Z. He manages to find one of those. And now needs to find the Sage. Narrowly misses those shots. Takes some punishment from behind as well. And now he's trying to bait out the defuse. I think it might work here. Oh my, Tails. You just got baited, my dude. Z hits the clean shot. And Coffee will now find themselves on match point.
Yep, hook, line, and sinker. That was really, really well played. And Coffee, as you said, match point. They're up 12-7. Huge deficit right now. I think this is probably too much for 1 HP to try and claw back. And they have looked pretty lost on a lot of these attack rounds, to be honest. They looked great on defense. But they're being outclassed right now by this defense.
Coffee looking to try and close out this map. Give themselves the 1 map lead in this best of 3. Keep in mind if either of these teams lose this best of 3 series this afternoon, they are knocked out of the Oceanic Valorant Open. This is the lower bracket you are watching at the moment. So the stakes have never really been higher for these teams. But Apathetic, he steps up here and will get the first pick for his team. Gets located by that tripwire. Luckily not taken out there by the Cypher. And in fact, he will get aggressive. Takes even more damage but he wastes that rocket launcher potentially. He's going to try and use it to deny the rotate there from the Sage. That's a great play in the end, and is left in a 2-on-5 for the defense.
Yeah, good wallbang from Strax though. He's answered back by Apathetic again. The man stepping up for his team. He's on a 3k for the round. All up to Z once more on this retake. Does find Apathetic, but a flank from Lush will close the round out. 1 HP, get one back. They got 4 more to find though, just to prevent Coffee from taking map 1.
Unlike the earlier stages, this group stage has unlimited OT, or win by 2 in OT. So we are going to have to see 1 HP take the next 4 rounds to head into that overtime, but I mean, at the moment, it's hard to look past Coffee. They still have plenty of credits in the bank. But
Looks like they're saving though.
Yes, they are. Again, I'm getting caught off by the names, but or the team sides. They do have a couple of ults though, so they might be able to use those to claim the round.
Yeah, it might be interesting how this round plays out, given the way they've done their buy. See whether it works out. 3 defenders stacked up in hookah window. I mean, this is a good read because this has really been an instrumental part of how the attack has come through to site.
Oh!
You're definitely not going to be expecting so many of them stacked up. They all just peek it. These refrags coming out with these shotties. Well played, but it's a 3 versus 2 now. Spike is on B, and they can start to try to get this plant down. Skit's trying to get this retake with the Sheriff. He's going to have to wait for his teammate, who's currently still in Link in the midsection, to come back.
Skits actually gets spotted out there, I think, potentially by the recon dart. He might have been able to dodge it. I'm not too sure, but either way, he's not in the greatest position. Tries to hit that wall bang there, narrowly actually missing Tails on the other side. But he does find the one at Heaven. Is traded out. It's left up now to Strax. He sends out a great nade. Does a little bit of damage. Actually finds the pick with the wall bang. Oh, narrowly doesn't quite get the second. That's Lush coming up big for his team. And 1 HP still in this one.
That would have been quite a nasty way for Coffee to close out map 1. And they almost had that. That was very close. And they can finally, they're back into a buyer phase now. They're going to full buy, it looks like. Could be the nail in the coffin for 1 HP on map 1 at least. Of course, this is a best of 3. They will have the next opportunity on map 2 to try and force map 3. As you said, Guz, this is a lower bracket game. So the loser of the series will be out of the tournament.
Both teams full buying in this round. Recon Bolt goes out. Gets shot out though in the air, so that's not a bad result here for the attack. But Strax gets the opening pick. Spy cam used by Lush to see if he can gather any more intel in towards this bomb site, but it doesn't really look like it's going to find its mark. There are 3 players on B, and potentially the attack is unaware.
And they're really just forcing these B pushes right now. And like I said so many times, the spike carrier in window means that it seems unlikely to me they will rotate off. I mean, of course they can through Link, but won't be swift. And given that they're already under a minute, maybe they will want to commit to this. There are 2 players, in fact, now rotating from Link. Maybe this is going to be them booking it out on drone. Going to spot out a couple of players in window, and the rotate is coming out, and looks like 1 will remain in window and fragged up by Strax. Try and bait 2 defenders on A, 1 rotating. I think this is not going to work out well for 1 HP.
You will not.
Well and truly on the back foot. Oh, that's a very good res from Tails, who also finds a pick. And just like that, the man count is now even across these 2 teams. Tails will now come across and likely try and barrier orb off this plant for short. It's likely going to be a retake in the end. Oh, but that orbital strike, that really spices things up. Not a lot of time now to dedicate to this plan. This is going to be incredibly challenging for the attack. Tails, or Ceres rather, is taken down by Skits. How many more can he find? It's just the one. Nallery goes big as the spike is collected, but there's no time on the board, and Team Coffee will take map number 1.
Yep. Big from Coffee, and once they got out to that advantage, it never really looked like 1 HP had it in the tank to bring it back. So just something about 1 HP's attacks just didn't really play out well. Unfortunate for them, but hey, Coffee looked pretty good. Apathetic just went off. He had a massive map. So full credits to him. That was a great effort.
Indeed it was, as we will try and get this lobby on the road nice and quick for map number 2. I believe the map is going to be Haven, and we are going to see the teams switch sides. So Coffee will be on the defense, I believe. But yeah, that first map, really close for the most part, but in the end it was Coffee. I think they just had a little bit more proficiency on those defenses.
Absolutely, they did. Coffee were just great on defenses, and it was neck and neck in the first half. And I was really excited about the matchup. It looked like both teams were really even. Just 1 HP they were lacking in that second half on the attacks. For me, it felt like they were quite linear. We saw a lot of variance coming out of Coffee. They were often attacking A, B, using lots of rotates, use the teleporters. But no, it wasn't to be. Not for 1 HP. They just often were just pushing B, 2 or 3 long, 2 in window. They didn't really rotate. We saw it in that last round. It didn't work out, but I don't think they tried it enough to keep Coffee guessing, and they just ended up building such a solid lead and confidence.
Yeah, well, the second map, I'm not sure if I mentioned it or not, but will be Haven, the only map in the current pool that has the 3 bomb sites. So again, that's probably going to favor teams that are stronger on that defense, which, look, it was pretty hard, I think, to split a hair between these 2 teams in that phase, or in their defensive phases. So again, I don't know. I'm not sure how this one's going to play out. It's incredibly difficult to pick. 1 HP. Trying to even out this series, because if they do lose, they will be knocked out. And look, no one wants that. Well, they don't want that. Of course they don't.
No, I mean, Coffee wants that, but
yeah, well, true.
Look, I think you're right about this being potentially a defender strength kind of map, Haven, because of the 3 bomb sites. But then again, it felt like Coffee was stronger on the attack. So I feel like if anybody's going to have a chance to break through a little bit with their attacks, it's more likely to be Coffee. That being said, I'm sure we haven't seen the end of 1 HP. I'm sure that they are going to be coming back tooth and nail, because we've said it a lot. This is a best of 3, but it's a best of 3 to stay in the tournament. If they lose, they're out, and they've come all this way. You don't want that. So they're really going to be showing up on that too.
Yeah, we're just, again, trying to make sure that all the players are good to go. I think we're just waiting on Z, the captain of Coffee, to make sure everything's good. Of course, the way that the veto works is that Team Coffee picked this second map. This map was actually picked by 1 HP, and then the defensive side was selected by Team Coffee, and they have elected to go onto the defense here for this first round. And again, we are just waiting for the teams to just sort out which side they're on, because some of them are on the wrong sides at the moment, which is always a great headache for me. And in fact, Raven, I think we'll head to a very quick break. We'll just give these teams an opportunity to sort things out. And when we're back, the game will be in and we'll be ready to go. So we'll see you guys in a second. Alrighty, folks. Hello and welcome into the second map of this best of 3 between Team Coffee and 1HP. Team Coffee took map number 1 and now do have a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Raven will be jumping into Haven next, and we haven't actually casted this map for a little bit, so I'm keen to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think we casted it on the first day that we casted games, but yeah, I love this map because it's got the 3 bomb sites. It does create a very interesting dynamic. It's just like how Bind has the teleporters. The dynamic with this one is that it's got those 3 bomb sites. So it can be tricky as defenders to try and keep tabs. It does mean that you generally have to be pretty split across the board with your positioning. So it can favor really fast, aggressive attacks if you get a nice read on that defense.
Apathetics in Twitch chat saying spam this Kappa to help Appa.
Nice.
That's pretty good. I'll give you that one. I don't know. I'm back at Apathetic now. I've joined the 1HP clan. You know, I was all for Team Coffee. Drank my coffee this morning. I was ready to go, but look, I don't know. Chat, get excited. I don't know. I want to see some copy passes. We had some good ones yesterday, so let's see if we can get those.
We did. Yeah. Look, I'm gonna say I'm on Team Suede because there's 10 of those guys in lobby right now. And, seems like he's pretty OP. I don't know.
He's a 1-round wonder though. He'll be going after this one.
Oh, legit. All right. Well, I'm excited to see how we start off here because in that last map it was really even in that whole first half, and then it was just Coffee breaking away. So see what 1HP can bring out. If they can make a strong statement in this first half, I think that's something they will need for that confidence and momentum to be able to carry them forward through this map.
First round, of course, will be a pistol round. Please, again, ignore the phantoms that are above the players' heads. That is false information, unfortunately. Just a little bit of a bug with the UI. The attack not really committing to a single bomb site just yet. Playing quite passively towards Garden here. Potentially setting up for an A push. The defense, on the other hand, is quite spread out. Yes, on the topic of agents, we're actually going to see the Jet come out here from 1HP.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen much Jet at all coming out in the last couple of days that we've been casting. So it's something they must like a lot of, and quickly breaking up. That seems to be the only difference. Oh, there's also a Phoenix on the on that team as well, so maybe going to be really aggressive here. They finally do push through onto A side, and a lot of frags come out. Makes it a 4 versus 3 as they push forward. Still haven't been able to secure Spike. Z gets another one. That's his 3rd, in fact, for the round. All up to Nellery. Does manage to get one, but shut down is he. That's going to be the defense taking round number 1.
Oh no. Wowee, the teabag here in round number 1. I am loving the confidence here from Team Coffee. I guess they are riding a little bit of a high at the moment after taking map number 1. And they'll again just be looking to try and continue on that momentum. I'm not exactly sure what the stats are on this map so far in terms of attack, defend, win percentage. I guess in theory you would think it's more actually attack side because of the 3 bomb sites that need to be covered, but I'm not really convinced that's the way it's going to play out.
I think there's a lot of factors to how that can be a thing. Looks like there's a heavy stack at C long here though, so all up to 2 players, or 1 player in fact, currently on C, but 3 ready to quick rotate. Of course, there's the raising garage, and it doesn't take too long for that Brimstone to book it out, and in fact, he will join at the top of site. Heavy push from C long here onto site. See whether they can get that entry. That Phoenix Flash works out beautifully, but Z and Dream combine to shut down that entry. Dream doing work from the back of site, and this attack heavily shut down by a single man. Dream will finish it off with the 4K on the round. Enders will get 2nd in a row.
We did see 1HP on that attack attempt to use that Phoenix Flash through the smoke. Of course, that does help protect his teammates from that curveball. But unfortunately, on that occasion, Dream, as you mentioned, back at site, really holding firm. And it's only round 3, and he's going to buy an operator to really aid him in holding this position and fortifying it even further. So maybe C won't be the play here for 1HP.
Yeah, see whether they do decide to book it in there. And oh, that's a nice little entry denial, so to speak. The early round. No C-long push, really. There's a Brimstone toying with it on the attack, but it doesn't look like they will commit. Maybe looking to try to get that quick entry in B, and the Jet is way up against that barrier orb, and he's going to get out of there real quick if that Order Strike was to hit. This attack has just not been able to really make much penetration in the early phase of the round.
So we're going to see the entirety of 1 HP now essentially rotate around towards a long Jet, actually getting quite aggressive in towards B, maybe trying to fake out this plant. There is only one member on A, but with that Jet being shut down, they should be able to decipher this pretty quickly, that it's actually not a push in towards that bomb site. The initial little push is shut down here by the defense, as trades will come out, leaving it actually all up to Ceres, who needs to try and at least get the spike down, but he can't even manage that. Z with 4 in the round and Team Coffee with the 3-0 lead.
2 4Ks with different players on the side of Team Coffee, and right now they are just, they're rolling. I mean, they got a big lead in the end on map 1 to eventually close it out, and right now they've got the first 3 rounds of this map, and I think that is quite telling and a dangerous position for 1 HP. I said that maybe one thing they really need is to start strong, especially on the attack in map 2, just to give themselves some confidence and momentum. But they have failed to do that so far. Coffee just looking fantastic on these defenses.
On a map like this, you really do need those individuals stepping up across the 3 sites. And it might be Strax's turn now as he's trying to hold off Garage. He will send out one of those grenades. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. The boom bot will indeed follow. But again, I don't think that's going to find its mark, as this attack has been quite passive.
Hasn't. That was generally what I found was more the issue with 1 HP in map 1 with their attacks, is that they just really struggled to explode at any stage, and once they finally did, Coffee just had such a good read on it. And they just have not been able to find an entry. There's a beautiful crossfire set up by the defense right here in the B bomb site. And just stalling out this attack.
I really love this Cypher play. They have no one playing on that A bomb site, but Cavalier's constantly checking that spy cam and knows that they aren't actually attacking that side of the map, but it will be a full commit in towards the C bomb site, headed there by the Sage. Frags go out, but again, they will be shut down. Strax will be the one to step up in this round. I you know, might have helped him a little bit there. I did mention at the start of that round that it might be his turn, and there we go.
Summoned the man and here he came. But look, 4-0 I think is the big story here. Coffee are just rolling forward on these defenses. 3 players are still yet to find the scoreboard on the attack, and that is really unfortunate. Apathetic is one of those players who was fantastic for 1 HP on map 1, and I'm really worried for them right now, guys. It really feels like Coffee are just going to start to run away with this entire series.
Could well be the case again. Team Coffee, as you can see in the graphic, did take map number 1. If they take the second, they will send 1 HP to the grave. This is their last chance here in the Oceanic Valorant Open. Attack, they will be aggressive. Skits, though, on this occasion will shut that one down. Team Coffee are doing an absolutely phenomenal job in stalling out these attacks, but Lush does get one back to give his team a glimmer of hope in round number 5.
Much needed, that's for sure. But again, they've really been stalled out, and they've failed to obtain a swift or clean entry. And I think that's just been such the difference between these teams. Coffee were actually quite proficient at that when they attacked in map 1. Of course, we haven't seen them attack yet here in map 2. But it is something that 1 HP are struggling with. They've done a full rotate now, pushing towards A. Looks like it is mostly going to be through long. In fact, all of them stacking long. They might be able to find an entry, but there are trap wires. There's a camera that's going to be able to spot that out. Coffee just have a beautiful defense set up for this.
They know that they're coming in. Oh, they're just going to get mowed down, surely, as Skits finds 1. That's 2, but he can't find any more. But he has done enough, I think, in this round to assist his team. It's Lush who got the entry pick for 1 HP. Now to find 2. He's low on HP. Recon Bolt as well, revealing his location until he actually pulls that dart out. In fact, he is just going to rotate off. 30 HP in the bank. Quickly checks that camera. But there is no time on the board, so... Team Coffee, wow, that's 5 rounds in a row. 1 HP, despite this being such a spread out map with the 3 sites, are being stalled out so massively early round by Team Coffee.
Absolutely. Coffee just they were ready for so many of those situations. They had a heavy stack in CB, and I just love their use of Cypher. They had his abilities all over A. That meant they had the intel needed, the trapwire in the entrance from long, the camera up near heaven so they could see either the short or long push. Just fantastic use, so they didn't have to fully man the site. So Coffee just really showing that they have the ability usage and the skills and teamwork to be able to close this out, and 5-0 up is a big statement.
Yeah, I am really loving this Cypher play. So much utility being invested into this A bomb site, but it means that they can invest manpower and weaponry to the other two sites and then be in a great position to retake A as they did on the last occasion. Again, it feels like 1 HP have been stalled out in this early round. They might try and commit for a more mid-centric sort of struggle, but again, they need to critically find this first kill, which has been a struggle for them. Oh, well, there we go.
You jinxed it. At least for Coffee, you jinxed it. They did get that entry. Nellery, I mean, he was very low on HP, though. Thankfully, he's now been healed up by the Sage, but he got very low on that engagement. Dream still holding that C-long with the Operator. Make it very, very tough here for this attack. He's going to use that Recon Bolt beautifully. Going to give him a spot there. Skits will get one back onto Apathetic again, who has really struggled to get back in the game. Z in Garage. Coffee giving themselves the advantage already. 30 seconds to go.
Dream, the master of Seeb, it seems, is still holding that long position, and Ceres on the Sage with the spike forced to rotate around potentially to try and help Cypher push Garage. That's Lush getting aggressive on that window position, but the Brimstone able to fall back. Cavalier does find a pick though, but again, that timer is ticking down. Ceres needs to stick this plant. He's only just going to have time to get it down. Or the orbital strike, they could cancel it just in time. Z with a perfectly timed ultimate will assist his team in extending that lead to a 6-0.
Yeah, and look, even if he stuck that, I just don't think they would have been able to hold off the retake. Coffee, again, absolutely rolling. Still 2 players on the side of 1 HP that are yet to find a scoreboard. One of which is Apathetic. I'm sorry, my man. You had such a good map 1, but he has just struggled so much in map 2. And look, I don't blame him. I just think the way Coffee are playing these defenses is just so good. Their teamwork, their ability to rotate between the 3 sites, and the way that they are using their intel gathering is just fantastic.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't know why I couldn't switch to Ceres here, but we're good now. We're good. We are going to see Apathetic lead the charge in towards Garage. In fact, at an Immortal 3 rank, Jet actually has the highest percentage of first blood, so Apathetic should really be trying to head these entries and find these opening picks on the attack. So far, though, has been a little bit of a struggle. You could try and boost over this barrier orb and get a aggro in towards B, but it will be a solo push. If he gets shut down, it will be to waste. Oh, the timing there. Pretty unlucky. In fact, he almost got taken out, but Team Coffee again will get that opening pick.
Oh, Dream again. He, as he said, he's the man of C. He finds a nice quick 2K on the Operator, just denying a clean entry from that attack. Skits joins in to refrag Dream as he is taken out. Does mean it's all up to Tails here on the Phoenix. Cavalier comes through to close the round for Coffee. They are up 7-0.
This could be a very quick map. Wow, this is quite devastating at the moment for 1 HP, who going into this series but already on the back foot. I mean, maybe it's a tale of the map being heavily defender-sided on this occasion, but I mean, 7 rounds straight, I think it gets to a point where maybe 1 HP are being a little bit outclassed.
I do feel that too. I mean, even if this is slightly defender-sided, I just feel like 1 HP's attacks have just really lacked some teeth, and just the defense from Coffee has been so strong. And speaking of the opening of this round, in absolute dominance on the side of Coffee, it was at 3K, but there was a revive that came out on the attack. Ceres does pick up 1, so it does mean it's a 4 versus 3, really up against it. And the 4 players up for Coffee all have their ults available as well.
The confidence of Coffee really at an all-time high. Oh, I think he might have just seen the tip of Blush's gun. I don't know, but he will see Tails decides not to shoot. No. Oh, this could be devastating. He might have heard a couple go short as well. Wow, Cavalier's really confident that this player doesn't turn around, and there we go. He will find that pick. Tails just being shut down. Ult goes down as well, and he should be able to maybe clean up the rest, but instead we'll think better of it. Ceres and Lush now left in a 1-on-4.
The absolute mind games. Not only are Coffee up 7-0, and really they are stomping right now in this map. Just the BM of waiting and waiting, the patience. I mean, maybe not even BM, it's just trigger discipline in general. Just fantastic from them. I don't see 1HP bringing the round back, let alone, I don't even know. I feel like this map is really slipping away from them. The mind games and the mentality must be really working against them.
There have been a couple of 13-0s in the Oceanic Valorant Open, but not too many, if any, in this group of 16, where the matches in theory should be a lot closer. But I mean, at the moment, it's trending in that way. It's going to be an 8-0 lead for Coffee. Lush might be able to find a pick here. Oh, he misses the shoulder pick. Oh, no.
Okay.
Ceres could find himself in a bit of trouble as well. He needs to just hold on for a couple more seconds. Finds one. And will survive. So, look, a little bit close there, but honestly, he could have been taken out there. We'll hold on, and, you know, at least that's a positive that they can take out from this round.
Yeah. Guys, I'd say Sarah's holding on just then is probably the only dub that 1HP have really had this entire half.
Oh, still 2 players on 0 kills and apathetic, especially on that Jet not finding entries. That's devastating.
Yeah, they just look really out of it.
Actually,
here on
sorry,
Haven.
it's both their entries really, because it's the Phoenix as well, right? So they're 2 entries. You have to find a pick. That's really rough.
It is rough, and again, I don't know whether it's this map. Maybe this map isn't strong for them, or they've just lost a lot of confidence, or maybe just the sheer power of Coffee as they step up yet again. Getting out of that flash was Z, but Strax comes through for the refrag. Coffee just able to push forward and get these picks. I just feel like 1HP have no answers right now.
I was about to say it was a 2-on-4, but it's now a 1-on-5, in fact, with the Res Dream with the operator kill. We'll secure another round here for Team Coffee, and wow, they must have definitely had their coffee or their G Fuel or something. I don't know what they're drinking. Sure, it must be coffee, surely. And maybe it just took a little bit for that caffeine to kick in, but yeah, it's definitely working. This second map has just been insane.
Absolutely, and I feel like they feel it. I feel like it's just a total blood in the water, the Sharks are pouncing or coming kind of situation, because they've started to get more aggressive as the rounds have gone on. 1HP are barely getting their bodies onto site. At least in the first couple of attack rounds, it looked like they could get through, maybe be close for a spike plant, but not to be. Though they're going to rush here into A. Let's see whether Apathetic can finally get his first pick. He does on the Jet. Using the ult, Skits comes through for the refrag. Get the other Coffee again, potentially on this retake. Gonna be tough for 1HP.
Lush is able to ult. The plant finally going down, but Dream gets that pick, and oh my god, Lush. He's left in a 1-on-4. He only has a ghost in hand. He finds 1 pick. But again, Team Coffee are going to take the round. That is 10 straight, double digits. 10-0. Absolutely insane effort. Wowee.
Look, that was the best round that 1HP had had so far. They finally got through. Apathetic got that opening pick with the Jet, but look, the retake from Coffee was phenomenal, and just their ability usage again enabled that to work out so well. Coffee just looking unstoppable right now on map 2.
Wow. Well, look, again, another small win for 1HP in that round. Apathetic able to get his first kill, and it was the opening frag. So look, at least that's something, all right? That's something. We got to give him credit for that, but I have a feeling it might be a little, or too little, too late. Strax here going to get aggressive down C long, and as these rounds progress, it feels like Coffee only getting more and more confident to be aggressive on these defenses. Strax has gone this whole way without being contested. You might see the attack going for a B push.
Might do. Stacked up around the main B door there. Strax just sitting back. He's managed to push all the way down C long, so if they do book it out for a rotate, this is going to go bad.
Oh, Strax might have given away a sound cue there. I think maybe Tails has heard that. Oh, there we go. That's a great pick for the Phoenix. 1 HP, able to shut down what could have been a devastating flank.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he did give himself away with that little jump there. Okay. That's another minor win that 1 HP will need. And there's another Nellery getting a pick onto Cavalier. Will give them a 2-man advantage as they push through the site with 30 seconds to go. It's going to be a tough entry, and they're going to have to try and get this spike down.
Z gets the first, though. And the second doesn't quite manage the third. And 1 HP do have the man advantage. In fact, it's a 3-on-1. Dream with pretty much 19 HP in a Dream. It's a single shot's worth, and this is looking like it might finally be a 1 HP round. So Coffee likely to concede the perfect half as Dream's position has been revealed. I mean, he could try and save the operator. I don't think their finances are really going to be in too much trouble. So Dream can at least try and attempt something here, but again, that spike is canning down really quickly. And even by the time he gets to that A-bomb side, he's going to have his work up against him to even hit that counter defuse.
Yeah, I think at this stage, maybe he's just more trying to catch somebody on a rotate out, just to try and damage it a little more for 1 HP. But the big story here, guys, as we hear that spike ticking away. Oh, okay, Dream is just going to run onto site. Maybe he's trying to leg it around to try and find somebody. In the end, he's going to die. But look, the big story, 1 HP. They've got a round on the board, guys.
Woo! Crowd goes wild. Let's go. Woo! Look, I'm happy for them, to be honest. I didn't want them to get 13-0'd. That would not have been fun. So, yeah. And it also would have meant that we're probably going to have to wait really long until our next match, especially if the other game goes to 3 maps. So, look, I'm not complaining. If 1 HP can somehow mount a comeback here, then I'm all for it.
Absolutely. Me too. The last round went well for them. See how this one can go. Of course, it is the last round of the half, so we're seeing full buys come out from both teams. Dream in his iconic spot, holding C long with that operator. Oh, Strax does open up the scoreboard, though. Apathetic continues to struggle on map 2 here.
Dream, in fact, will send out an Owl Drone and spots the Sage rotating back in towards mid. He does have the spike in hand. Strax on the raise, though, is inside of Garage, and will send out a grenade. Rez does go down, as well as the orbital strike, as Z finds the pick with that ultimate. Strax as well inside of Garage popping off, and again, 1 HP just really struggling on these entries.
They really are, and I thought when they got that revive that it might have been on for them, you know, like that Coffee wouldn't have been ready for that, but Strax just held Garage so well, and now they are at a 2-man deficit, is 1 HP. Final round of the half, 40 seconds to go. They're stacked up around B, so they either have to commit to a rotate now, or they have to commit to the push onto B, and there is a crossfire established from Coffee. It's going to be tough for them getting this entry.
Tails, though, wants something to say about that one, and he's really going to have to shout to have his voice heard. He needs to find 4 more in this round. Oh, no. Z will clean him up with the knife, and wowee, that's an 11-1 half. On the other side of the break, we will see if Coffee can close this one out. And I missed the scoreboard, so that's going to be glitched. I apologize. Ah! Alrighty, folks, hello and welcome back to the second half as I went to the caster cam again. Oh, that's right. You haven't seen our beautiful faces in a little bit. I think it's because they're next to each other and I'm not, look, I'm out of it a little bit. But that's okay. We're focused in now. I've had my coffee, just as Coffee have had their coffee. Now 11-1 up, heading in to the second half here on map number 2. It's looking like it's going to be a 5-man push, potentially down to C long as Coffee just want to close this one out nice and quick.
Yeah, and look, why not? Get the opening pick at least. Pushing up C long. No, they're going to book it out. They're going to go all the way back through the lobby, through their spawn, essentially, and rotate around. And again, this is the thing with Haven, is it's about trying to keep tabs on where the attack is going, whether they're going to either of the 3 sites. That can be a bit of a challenge. Not a massive rotate between them, but it does split you up quite a bit.
Coffee a little bit stalled out at the moment. Again, maybe trying to find this second pick in the round to really open things up and give them a bit more freedom As to their site of choice, Dream, will he pick the right? He sees the elbow. Will drop that brimstone, and wowway, this round surely should be Coffee's. Ceres does find one in response, but Skits will be able to plant that spike, and again, it's going to be a really tough retake with that man disadvantage.
I've got to love what Coffee just did. They baited like they were going to be rotating to B or A, and then they just booked back in through Garage to C. So beautifully done. Dream combines to get a pathetic, and that is all up to Tails now. He's got 4 to find. There's one right next to him. He doesn't realize it's Strax. Coffee move forward to match point. They're up 12-1, guys. That means 1 HP will have to get 11 consecutive rounds just to stay into this series.
Yeah. Not really much. Really not much that can be said, to be honest. Coffee have just been pretty dominant on this map, and unfortunately, things have fallen apart for 1 HP. Very tall order to bring this one back. If Coffee, of course, do manage to win this map, we'll be casting their next match, which will be the winner of Dire Wolves taking on Rip and Tear. So could be a little bit of a closer encounter for these teams. Early frags go out, and it's actually Coffee at the man disadvantage, 3-4.
But they can close it out on Dream is in a great spot. He hits a great shot onto Lush. There's a little bit of a flick to his left. Sarah's on the other side. Not brave enough to push out for the refrag. Does create a 3v3 situation, so all is not lost. A recon bolt just obstructed by the lip on something on the wall, so that means Sarah's hasn't been spotted out. Could be detrimental for Coffee. 1 HP may have a little advantage here. They're starting to establish a crossfire towards B. But we might be seeing a rotate towards A from Coffee, and that would be the play given the positioning of 1 HP.
Phoenix Tails does seem to have the game sense that it might be A, but he will actually then push back towards B. So this could be a free site. There is currently actually no one playing on A. Phoenix again will rotate around to check A. Keep in mind that their Cypher's taken off the board, so even if there was a cam placed on A, which I don't think there has been, they wouldn't even be able to watch it. U2 will be dumped, the call from Tails will follow, and now it will be a 1-on-3 until the rest of those defenders can get in towards site. Tails does flash the brimstone, but doesn't manage to finish him off, and the spike will be stuck by Dream.
That it will, so good entry onto A to get spiked down. This defense retake is not just the retake for the round, it's the retake for staying alive in the map, staying alive in the tournament. Tails on the Phoenix. He's just sitting patiently here at the tunnel to A. He's going to flash around. They're going to take the entry. Does flash to his opponents. Nellery gets 1. Dream gets 1. Tails gets 1. All of a sudden, Guz. 1 versus 2. Offie. And they hold on for the win.
I think
Playing
Z.
from long at C.
Ooh. I think he saw that player, and he did, but he will be taken down. 1 HP. Look, they've got 1 round in the bank on a Dream, so...
They do.
1 HP in a Dream as well might be even more of a success, but you know what? Can't fault them. 12-2 the scoreline. They're slowly bringing this one back, but again, it's really tough to see them closing this one out.
It is going to be tough. Look, I think already Coffee have shown that their attacks, they're looking better. You know, like that was a good entry into A. The ability usage spiked down. That's already so much more than 1 HP were able to achieve in a lot of their attacks. So I think given that 1 HP need to be able to get 10 rounds in a row right now, I think that's going to be very, very tough. It's kind of more just a matter of when, it feels like. When will Coffee get that final round?
Cavalier gets aggressive at the short position. Gunfights ensue. But it looks like it will actually be a push down C. Long Ceres on the boost will get that first pick. Falls back now towards the cutout, and Coffee at a significant man disadvantage. It's a 2-on-4, and Dream is low on HP. No opportunity for him to recover any of that HP, as Ceres will find another pick in this round, and it's up to Dream now to maybe try and find a couple of exit frags. A minute still on the board for him to be hunted down, and unfortunately Coffee will just extend this map a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like it was a bit of a save round for them as well. They had the shotguns, they've got a pistol, Sheriff here, so maybe just waiting so they can get the full buy and try finish it off in the next round. Tails will finish off Dream though, and that round going to 1 HP. They've got a couple in a row now. It's 12-3. See whether they can mount that 1 HP in a Dream comeback that you mentioned, guys.
I guess the question is, at what round count do we start to think that it might be possible? I'm still thinking it'd have to be at least like 8-12, 9-12, which is still ages away. It's just, I can't see it happening. Surely not. I'd be absolutely blown away if this somehow goes to OT.
Absolutely. I think it would be one of the greatest comebacks in the history of anything. I don't know. I can't say I've watched a massive amount of Valorant games where I would say I know off the top of my head whether there's been some similar comeback before, but I'd say it's unlikely. 1 HP though, look, they've done a lot of damage onto the Rays of Coffee already in that entry. So Coffee have been starting to struggle with some of the entries on these attacks. Right now, they are all stacked up towards A, which is where they did get a spike down last time. Looks like it's going to be a heavy push in, and this is something that 1 HP struggled with, was that swiftness, trying to take side. Tails has something to say about it, but it's been answered back.
Retake is on now. 4 versus 4, so it's going to be quite chaotic here. Do see Apathetic on the Jet. Reposition over towards Heaven. He has the operator in hand and might be able to find a couple of picks, but it looks like Coffee will play this one quite passively as they find one more pick. Incredibly challenging here for the retake as it has been planted, I believe, for both short and long. So they really need to try and get aggressive and find these picks early, but that timer is counting down Recon Bolt as well, and they need to try and stick the defuse now, but they don't really have a whole lot of time to work with. Lush, oh, he gets covered, but it doesn't really matter. The ult there from Dream will secure the attackers of the round, and Team Coffee will take this series in a 2-0 fashion.
So dominant was Coffee's series in the end, especially map number 2, just 1 HP. They never really looked in it. After 6 or so rounds in a row from Coffee, it just felt like it was all over. So well played to them. They will progress forward, and it was a strong showing from them.
Yeah, a quick look at the scoreboard. Z popping off there, going 19 and 10, and look, it was really a one-sided defeat. You just have to have a quick look at the scoreboard, and Cavalier, I guess, at the bottom. Bit of an outlier, but we saw, particularly on the defense, that he was incredibly instrumental in helping really narrow down the attacks to only 2 sites, which 1 HP really struggled to deal with. So again, great performance there from Team Coffee. And Raven, they will progress on to actually verse the winner of Direwolves and Rip and Tear, which we will be casting on this channel whenever that game really comes up. We don't really know how the Direwolves game is going, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that. I think that's going to be a really solid matchup, of course, because both those teams are very strong. And look, if we look at Coffee's path, they had a big match against Rip and Tear all the way back at upper bracket round 1, which was yesterday. They ended up taking that, and it was a best of 1, whereas this will be a best of 3 this time. In fact, that was Rip and Tear's first defeat in the entire tournament. I believe they were one of 3 teams to be 6-0 in the Swiss stage. So if we get to see that rematch in that next round of the bracket, I think that'll be really exciting.
Well, we will have to wait and see. We are going to head to a break. Unfortunately, we can't really give an indication yet as to how long that break will be because, of course, we are waiting on that other match result. But again, if you guys click under my name on Twitch, you can have a look at the Oceanic group. You can see all the casters that are casting today's game. So go watch those ones while you're waiting. And then after the break, we will have the winner of Direwolves and Rip and Tear taking on Coffee. We'll see you then.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Pebble 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh, it is Purple Sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth from She. Oh my god, Air, you need to do something, but he gets one. Oh my god, Dream.
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards sight. In fact, can he find the one in hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Alia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the side. And they're gonna break the wall from him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I think. Gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post play. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roshan to Heaven. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
Engage here, but looks like we're going to be seeing stacks.
Purple Sherbet about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper! Oh, double kill for Purple Sherbet! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherbet!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
They say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling pain.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
When it's no pain, it's no glory. Legendary grind for the history. Come to shut us down, you on what army? We about to go loud for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
Yeah, ain't no killing this energy. Feel it from the spirit, them lyrics be hitting.
They are nothing to me.
The grind don't stop. We giving it 100 till the squad on top. We put in work. The grind never dies. We giving it.
Time for the fireworks.
We put in work.
Fire in the hole.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh! It is Purple Sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth from She. Oh my God, Air, you need to do something. But he gets one. Oh my God, Dream.
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards sight. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Alia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I think. Gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post play. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roshan to Heaven. 1 kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
Engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing Strax.
Purple Sherman about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper. Oh, double kill for Purple Sherman! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherman!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my God, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh. Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
They say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
Legendary crime for the history. Come to shut us down, you on what arm? We about to go live for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left-right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Oh! It's Purple Sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth. She! Oh my god, Air, you need to do something, but he gets one! Oh my god, Dream!
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards sight. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Talia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I think. Gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post play. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roshi to Habit. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
To engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing Strax.
Purple Sherbet about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper. Oh, double kill for Purple Sherbet! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherbet!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling pain.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
Legendary grind for the hit story. Come to shut us down, you on what army? We about to go live for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
Yeah, ain't no killing this energy. Spilling from the spirit, them lyrics be
They are nothing to me.
Come on, the grind don't stop. We giving it 100 till the squad on top. We put in work. The grind never dies. We giving it.
Time for the fireworks.
We put in work.
Fire in the hole.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh! It's purple sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth. She! Oh my god, Air, you need to do something, but he gets one! Oh my god, Dream!
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards site. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Malia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I think. Gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 coast plan. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roach to Habit. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go up, but he's actually playing the mind game! And he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them! He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out!
Engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing Stack.
Purple Sherbet about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper! Oh, double kill for Purple Sherbet! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherbet!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
They say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
Legendary crime for the hit story. Come to shut us down, you on what army? We about to go live for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
They're nothing to me.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left-right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh! This purple sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth. She! Oh my god, Air, you need to do something, but he gets one! Oh my god, Dream!
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he flew all the way in towards site, in fact. Can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Holia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, then gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay. Finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post plan. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red so low on HP, and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roach to Heaven. 1 kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
Engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing stack.
Purple Sherman about to pop off.
Oh!
Oh, double kill for Purple Sherman! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherman!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
They say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands, so we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
When it's no pain, it's no glory. Legendary grind for the history. Come to shut us down, you a what army? We about to go loud for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
Ain't no killing this energy. Spilling from the spirit, them lyrics be
They are nothing to me.
The grind don't stop. We giving it 100 till the squad on top. We put in work. The grind never dies. We giving
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Pebble 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Oh, it is Purple Sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth. She! Oh my god, Air, you need to do something when he gets one! Oh my god, Dream!
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards site. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Holia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I think. Gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to him again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Him! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post play. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roach to Habit. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
Engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing stacks.
Purple Sherbet about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper. Oh, double kill for Purple Sherbet! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherbet!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's rolling.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
Legendary grind for the hit story. Come to shut us down, you on what army? We about to go live for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
Ain't no killing this energy. Feel it from the spirit, them lyrics being.
They are nothing to me.
The grind don't stop. We giving it 100 till the squad on top. We put in work. The grind never dies. We giving it.
Time for the fireworks. Fire in the hole.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh! It is purple sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two through the smoke. A third, a fourth from She. Oh my God, Air, you need to do something. But he gets one. Oh my God, Dream.
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards sight. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Holia though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I think, gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to Ninim again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Ninim! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 post play. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roshan to Heaven. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
Engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing Strax.
Purple Sherbet about to pop off.
Oh!
Stopper! Oh, double kill for Purple Sherbet! 3 kills! He won! Kill Purple Sherbet!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my God, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh. Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
They say that you can see the devil dance on idle hands. So we put in work. Amen. Put the city on my shoulder blades and molded waves. Focus on the future when it's roses pain.
This is gonna be fun. What's this?
When it's no pain, it's no glow. Legendary grind for the hit story. Come to shut us down, you on what army? We about to go live for me.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
We put in work.
See ya.
grind never dies. We giving it
Time for the fireworks. Fire in the hole.
Phoenix, please tell me you have the package.
I would if somebody was a little less aggressive. Hey, stop! I said stop! Oh, that's how you want to play it. Ah!
You cannot let her plant.
All right, I'm going in.
What about the hostile?
I wouldn't worry about her.
Are you certain?
100. I got this.
미안해서 어쩌나?
Hey, Control. So, about the package...
It's been amazing to see so much talent getting around the Valorant Ignition series that Order have been able to put on for us all.
Big rolling thunder. The Sage Wall goes out. Dicky Dog and Manly there. They've got it on lock. Oh! 1-2 clap. Oh, the left right good night on Dicky Dog and Manly. And then he comes in with the uppercut because he's got to clutch it out against two more. He's going for the satchels. Jump. Jump. Oh! It is purple sherbet. Take a bow.
And the flash flies out and straight in the face. Strax is taken down, and well, the last few players need to hold off. Dream fighting two from the smoke. A third, a fourth from She. Oh my god, Air, you need to do something, but he gets one. Oh my god, Dream.
Just to break through. They can never get spiked down. I only have to worry about a retake.
Oh, he threw all the way in towards sight. In fact, can he find the one in Hell? He does. Can he find another? Oh, he will. No way.
Alia, though, gonna take out Yuna. Before he can spot anything, it's just gonna be Ronan left on the site. And they're gonna break the wall for him. He's gonna sit inside the smoke. He's gonna get one. Not spell, I said, gets a second and a third. Ronan! What a play!
Even more time. There's the neural link. There's it's fallen down. Everybody is crumbling. It's all down to him again. He needs to do something. Otherwise, his team's going to be out of this one. Him! What is going on here?
Back towards B. Back towards what? What can what do?
Oh, well, everything. And gets himself the quad kill. That is a very beautiful feed.
Jay finds himself left in a 1 versus 2 coast plane. Oh, he taps one. He needs to find one more. Mr. Red's so low on HP and he gets 4 in the round.
Minimize will be rotating from Roshi to have it. One kill again.
This seems suddenly more doable, especially for Minimize. Going to be trying to go up, but he's actually playing the mind game, and he actually gets him on the rotate, and that means he can take out 2 of them. He'll use the slow, hoping that the Omen will follow this path. An idea of where he's going to be planted. The plant will come across. Needs his gun. He actually has his gun. Can he do it? Minimize clutches it out.
To engage here, but looks like they're going to be seeing stack.
Purple Sherbet about to pop off.
Oh!
There is
Oh!
Stopper. Oh, double kill for Purple Sherbet!
Oh!
3 kills! He won!
Oh!
Kill Purple Sherbet!
It's going to be going down on A. Here comes the Sova ultimate. Does actually get it. Oh my god, the double kill! Take down Smithers and Josh! Spike needs to be defused. Dream will grab himself a 3rd kill.
inside you. So won't you wake up now and see? Don't hide away the things you're feeling. Unlock your mind and lose the key. There's a universe inside you. You should never have to hide. I can see the stars inside you. Please just open up your eyes. There's a universe inside you. Inside you, so much more than people know. I've seen you fighting your emotion. I hope you stay and won't let go. There's a universe inside you, so much love to leave behind. Stop the path of devastation. You should live for all the hype. Inside you, why are you pushing it away? Leave behind your own deception and learn to live another day. There's a universe inside you, your galaxy of happiness. I just wanna help you find it. We'll explore in baby steps. There's a universe inside you. You've gotta give it room to breathe. So let the universe excite you, 'cause that's the way it's meant to be.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain weight, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
Alrighty folks, hello there and welcome to the final game this afternoon on this channel. It's going to be Coffee taking on Dire Wolves. I'm Guz. Joining me is Raven, and we should be in for a pretty tight best of 3 this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I'm really excited for this because we saw Coffee put on an absolute display earlier today on our channel, and then Dire Wolves had a bit of a banger on the main channel, I think it was, or whichever channel it was casting on. Regardless, it looked really tight, so I think this series is promising to be an exciting one.
Yeah, well, of course, it is a best of 3. We're going to be going to Bind, and then we'll be going to Haven for the second map. We are, of course, just waiting for the videos to roll through to see exactly who will be starting on what side for that final map. But it looks like for map 1 at least, we are going to see Coffee starting on the defense.
Yes, and they proved that they were strong on both defense and attack, and I think that's the one thing that stood out for me with Coffee earlier on, is they had a very well-rounded performance. It wasn't like they excelled in one area or another. It just felt like they were working really well as a team. Their agent choices were great, and then the way they worked together with those abilities was tough for their opponents to stop. So I think that's something Dire Wolves are going to have to be ready for.
Yeah, of course, Dire Wolves, a couple of their players recently signing on to that org. They didn't have the best start that first game after those players had signed, where we actually casted that game. They dropped down to that lower bracket, and now they're facing down the barrel of being knocked out of the tournament completely. But map number 1 is almost ready. We'll have a very, very quick break, and on the other side, it will be Bind. Alrighty, folks. Hello and welcome back in. It's time for map number 1 between Coffee and Dire Wolves. Bind is the map, and Raven, we should be in for a banger.
Absolutely. Bind has been a great map to watch teams play on, generally because of the dynamic those teleporters do bring out. Just the nature of how the map moves and flows. It can be a bit tricky for the defenses to stay on top of what exactly the attacker's trying to do. We've seen some really great little baits come out utilizing those teleporters.
Of course, we'd like to give a massive shout out before this game starts to Sky, who will be helping observe this game for us. Takes a little bit of pressure off our shoulders, and he loves his cinematics, so expect to see some awesome angles as these rounds start again. So big shout out to him. Of course, again, we will note that in this first round, the swirl and the phantom over everyone's head is unfortunately just a glitch with the UI, so just ignore that for the first round. Of course, it will be pistol buys.
Yep, pistol round, pretty important rounds, you know, start off the game, sets the tone, helps you get that initial boost in your economy that you can try and use to control in consecutive rounds. Negative economy on the other team. Aggressive peek coming out from Strax straight away here, though, in the bathroom. Does tag up his opponent quite low, but not finishing it off at this stage. That's an aggressive thing and maybe sets the pace here for what the Dire Wolves are going to have to deal with on this defense.
Recon Bolt goes out. And it will be that Sage spotted here on the attack. Looks like Chris, though, still going to dedicate to that, already preparing to slow orb over. That could be quite big. I'm not sure where that's exactly going to land. Will it be the defender spawn? No, it's over towards elbow, in fact. So that will actually slow down the enemy Sage, but it does bait out that barrier orb. So not a bad use of utility there.
Yeah, really good. And look, it's baited 3 defenders to stick the A, and the attackers have rotated now towards B, and they've only got 45 seconds to start making their move. They're going to be able to catch these final 2 defenders off guard here on side. And if they do obtain this control, they might be able to get a clean spike down. But Z has something else to say about that. He will get the first pick onto Swirl. Gives that defense the advantage. And in fact, they're just carrying that on. Pull up to 1 Dire Wolf remaining.
A flawless round to kick things off here for Team Coffee, continuing on some pretty decent form this afternoon. Of course, their most recent map, Raven, which we casted, was a very dominant one against 1 HP. And I mean, if they can carry on that confidence, it will be serving them well. It has been a little bit of a break since the conclusion of that map, but I'm sure they're still, you know, feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Dire Wolves had a very close series against Rip and Tear. I mean, they won that 2-0. Both of those maps were tight as you and I were watching the end of that second map, and that was just neck and neck for so long. So they've had quite a deep fight already, and now they've got to step it up again for a big series against Coffee to be able to progress in this bracket.
We're going to see a 4-man stack this round over towards bathrooms for Dire Wolves, who are looking to try and force themselves back into this one and not let these early rounds slide away. Boombot comes through, is shut down though, but of course that will reveal the position of these players stacked inside of bathroom. Strax will get the first. There is one at the cutout that he did just miss though, and the plant might be able to go down. Grenade could deny that though. Oh, that's going to be big on that player at cutout. Forces Noz to jump out. He is cleaned up, and it's now left in a 3-on-3.
Yep, this side control just not being able to be obtained here by the Dire Wolves. Dream stepping up 4-2 now, leaves it up to this Raze. Swirl peeks out, finds one, can't hit the other. Dream closes it out, and that's 2 in a row for Coffee.
A valiant effort there from Swirl. So close, yet so far from claiming that round, but now it's a bit of a reset. Both teams will be in a pretty comfortable position to be able to buy. In fact, we are going to see Coffee invest with 2 operators on this occasion. Maybe trying to shut down some of those longer angles.
It was Dream in particular stepping up a lot on the operator in the series that we casted earlier. See whether that can continue. Dire Wolves have gone the full buy, so most of their economy is hit hard 0 now. So if they do not get this round, they're going to be struggling with their economy in general ongoing. Strax will open it up with a big shot onto Noz. Taking out that Brimstone early is big because some of those abilities not being able to be laid down can really affect the way some of these attacks progress.
Does look like the Sage on the side of Team Coffee is holding a long angle in towards this short position, and thankfully for Dire Wolves, they think better of that and will rotate back around towards B, but there's a lot of utility that we can see has been placed on that objective, particularly from the Cypher. Cameras, tripwires. both of which will give away intel. And talk about intel, that recon bolt almost spots Swirl. He does shoot it in time, but of course that does give the audio cue. And now it feels like Divers might be stuck a little bit in limbo here.
Taking their time, really trying to figure out exactly where they want to push this attack. Looks like it is going to be B. Seeing a bit of a stack here in window.
Come on,
being
Dream.
held beautifully by Dream, though, on the operator. He
Oh,
sees the
boom.
head. He hits the head of Swirl. Direwolves now down at a 2-man disadvantage.
Again, stalled out. Looks like they are now going to attempt to rotate towards A, but it might actually be a full save. That timer ticking down, only 20 seconds left, so really not a whole lot they can do. So they're going to just resort to sitting in spawn, try to reduce the hit taken in this round. Of course, Coffee, with no spike down, they can just sit in the objective as well and nullify the end of round number 3. Coffee taking them all straight in pretty convincing fashion.
I think that was a great call too from the Wolves just to save a bit there, because we said that a lot of their economy is going to be on 0 after the buys that they had in that round. So essentially once they lost those 2, time low, it was always going to be tough for them. May as well just save those weapons so that it really does enhance their economy coming into this round instead of being a big hindrance. That's a great job, but Coffee are looking really good so far. 3 on the trot on defense is a great way to be starting the series.
Direwolves trying to find themselves back in this one. Strax got the opening pick in the previous round, and he will be holding short on this occasion. Couple of players that could be in his line of sight very quickly here. Rice needs to be very careful how he peeks this. Strax thinks better of it though, and keeps an eye on Bathroom. We do see the Brimstone in here and could see some utility dump. That Boombot though could very much compromise his position. It is shot out though, so they should know that there's at least a couple players there.
Yeah, and definitely now they know that there's a lot of players pushing in towards A. This is quite the thump. Rice will get the opening pick. That miss on the operator from Strax could be deadly there. Doesn't quite get the hits he needs. He finally finds Swirl though. Spike is planted. It's going to be a retake for Coffee.
It's a 4-on-4. Both teams will likely try to commit to the retake or defending the plant. Dream with some utility will expend that. Couple of players in elbow that needs to be cleared. It looks like the Cypher will head that. That's Cavalier. He finds one onto his fellow agent, but he gets traded out. Dream not able to follow that one up quickly. He's running the operator. Not great at short range. That wall just disrupting his aim enough, and the time is being burnt massively here by the attack. Counter defuse is being attempted, is being baited out, but it's not going to be successful, and the attackers will take the round. Oh, that was close.
No, it's just right on the edge of that dome, right at the end there. And look, Direwolves, they're on the board now. That was a great attack, and again, that ability usage really did enable them to be able to get Spike down, and that continued to work for them in post-plant. So great job. Team's looking pretty even right now in terms of their economy, in fact, after that round. We might be in for a good contest now, guys, because Direwolves look like they are starting to get a read on how Coffee are doing these defenses.
Looks like we're going to see pretty strong A presence from both teams. In fact, Coffee getting quite aggressive there inside of Bathroom early, but will fall back towards site. That allows Noz to pick up the orb. Will now have his ultimate ready. That's the orbital strike, of course, and he can help use that to get the plant down or even protect it in the post plant. But look, it's obviously critical that you get that bomb down first, and it has been a little bit of a struggle with the exception of that last round.
Taking their time again, being methodical. I mean, something that worked really well last time is they made a real swift push onto A. Put a lot of pressure on that defense. Right now, Strax is holding solid angle. Just as he lets go of the angle too, they cross. Unfortunate timing there for him. Skits will open it up onto Noz though. Being refragged by Swirl. So 4 versus 4 as they push to site.
Strax has a strong positional advantage, can use the satchel alongside his ult, but he actually does more damage to himself than any of the enemy team. He's still in a great position, but he gets timed once again. Such an unfortunate play from him, allowing that spike now to go down. It's a 3-on-2 post-plant scenario. The attackers with that man advantage. It's still winnable here, potentially. for the defense, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. And there we go. The orbital strike cleans things up. And Team Coffee will be able to hit that counter defuse.
Great retake in the end, some good ability usage. It was just so unfortunate for that Raze just bazookaing herself right in the face. Bit of a waste, but not to be. Coffee got the round in the end, going up 4-1. Wolves just taking a bit more time on that attack in that round, and don't feel like that really worked out that great for them. It kind of actually came down to more errors on Coffee's end, in my opinion, that enabled them to get Spike down.
4-on-1 the scoreline. Dire Wolves looking like they're going to be saving this round. They do have a couple of ults in the bank, but it's unlikely they will use them this round. Instead, try and find some picks, disrupt Coffee's momentum a little bit. Recon Bolt goes out. Not exactly sure where that landed. Potentially missing the mark. 3 players at long, I don't believe, have been spotted. But I think critically, it's important to note that Coffee do have the majority of their defenders on this B site, which Dire Wolves are attempting to push.
Also important too is there is that teleporter right next to Garden there on the left side, so they do feel a little bit overwhelmed. They could just duck into that teleporter and rotate around, but no, it looks like it's going to be quite the send into B. Going straight for the fights. Cavalier in a great position, tucked next to window, gets the opening pick. Defense holding strong right now. Dire Wolves repelled, and maybe they're going to use this teleporter, guys.
That could be the play, but Coffee are still holding strong there on the A side, and there's a great window of opportunity for them to rotate around through that defender spawn. It looks like it's going to be the case, but it could be the double debate. They might end up rotating all the way back to B. They need to be mindful of time, though, as there is only 30 seconds left.
I think you're right about the double debate.
God,
they have forced 4. Yeah, 4 defenders are all on A. There has been no presence there at all from the attackers, and they've just gone straight back to B, running in through windows. Swirl cleared out the only player there, and that means they will be able to get this spike down, and it's going to be a 4-man retake from Coffee.
Oh, that's a great ultimate usage there, though, from the defense. Spike will still be stuck with a few seconds left, though, and it's now up to Team Coffee for the retake. More recon bolts will head out, trying to spot where these remaining attackers are positioned, as Z will find one of them, leaving it in a 2-on-3. One towards window. And it looks like the other has pushed back around towards the defender spawn. Ken Skits cut him off. Oh, he gets timed massively there. Oh, but it might pay off in the end. No, he gets shut down. And there we go. The Dire Wolves will fight off the retake.
Only just, though. That retake was fantastic from Coffee. I really was starting to believe that they were going to get that. And they did, actually, didn't they?
Wait.
Am I confused?
What happened? Wait.
I think he got the defuse.
Oh, he got the defuse. Okay. I didn't see that he got the defuse. My apologies.
I missed the sound cue because I didn't see anything visually. But regardless, look, that was a good retake from Coffee. I said that I thought they were going to get it. They did in the end. And look, Dire Wolves, they did great with that debate. That debate was fantastic.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know they counter defuse it. So Coffee were able to actually retake the site. Close round there in the end, nonetheless. Coffee now with the 5-1 lead. Strax hears that all being picked up, finds the pick. That's Noz, the Brimstone, taken off the board. And again, Dire Wolves on this attack start off on that back foot.
It's a position that they are unfortunately getting quite familiar with. It seems to be happening a lot in these rounds. Now they decide to get on top of this. And right now, it has been a tight contest, but Coffee are really coming out on top. I feel like they are mid-round adapting to what Dire Wolves are trying to throw at them. That's a great revive, so we'll make it a 5 versus 5. Noz tagged a lot on that revive, though. Going to be healed up. They can reset, but only 45 seconds. A lot less time to work with.
Spike down at mid. Dire Wolves looking like they are going to commit to an A push. Only 2 defenders from Coffee currently positioned there as the Brimstone is sort of flanking in and behind. But with those smokes being dropped, that should give the cue that it's a 4-man push now through short. Rice uses that cyber cage to provide some protection from elbow. Sage, though, has that spike in hand, and it's up to her to try and get this plant down. Rice has made his position potentially known inside of the cutout. Will be shut down, but the spike critically has gone down.
Yeah, and just a bit of a whiff there in the bathroom means that Skits has been able to break through in the middle of site here. He's pushed deep. He's at Spike. He's just going to start sticking this. He might have even been able to get checkpoint before that Thunder Strike comes down. Skits taken out by it. Cavalier's found one. Is now a 2 versus 3.
Well, they will be able to stick the defuse because it was stuck at halfway. Signed a little bit delayed there on the ult. Doesn't quite find the pick, but he does stay alive with the operator in hand.
Right, Coffee, again, continue their dominance here. They're up 6-1 in this half. Direwolves are doing okay to get into sight and get these spikes down, but just these retakes from Coffee have been phenomenal. And Direwolves aren't able to be adapting to it at that stage of the round. It's really where the difference has been for a lot of these. So it's something Direwolves are going to have to think about. They've got 5 rounds left of the half.
Looks like we have hit a pause, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. Cypher potentially on the side of Direwolves has DC'd or something along those lines, so we're just going to have to chill and wait for a second while we get that sorted out. At the moment, Raven, it does feel like Coffee, with that 5-round advantage, are looking pretty strong at the moment.
They really are. They are looking fantastic. They looked great earlier, and they've been able to maintain that and continue some form in this game. Of course, it is a best-of-3 series, so it's not all just about map 1. There is the other 2 to follow. So even if Direwolves can't quite get it together on this, they've still got an opportunity moving forward.
Does appear as if everyone is back now, potentially. So we're just going to have to wait for the players to unpause before we continue on with the action. Of course, we're just sitting here waiting. Might have been an admin call or something behind the scenes. Not exactly sure. As far as I understand, there aren't tactical pauses in this. It's more for technical reasons. So maybe something's happened to one of the players' ends. So hopefully we can just get that sorted out and continue on with the action.
Yeah, and just to set the stage again as well, just in case you haven't really been following the bracket, this of course is the lower bracket round 3 in this group. This is Group A. And look, the loser of this series is going home. So this is do or die for these teams. It's really a big deal here. And right now, I just think the fact that Coffee are so strongly taking it up to Direwolves is definitely a red flag for Direwolves. They've got to try and pick it up.
Well, the counter is now ticking back down, so all the teams are set and ready to go. 6-1 the scoreline currently in favour of Team Coffee, who are starting on the attacker side. Does appear as if we are going to see, or on the defensive side rather. Again, left side should be attack. I don't know, why is left side defend? Valorant, please. Oh my god. Every time it throws me off, but obviously right side is attack. You can see the stage has the spike, so clearly I'm the one that's brain dead at the moment.
Yes.
Oh. Swell's brain dead now. Jesus.
Literally, Dream just takes his head off with that operator. Great shot from him. Coffee, again, these opening picks is something they have been strong at, and it's putting Direwolves in really awkward positions for most of these rounds. They're going to retreat. Just figure out exactly what they're doing. They've got 2 players hanging out in the link there. Looks like it's going to be a move towards A. The other 2 stacked up near bathroom, so maybe they're going to contest from that side. 2 defenders currently sitting on site, but we see the Brimstone rotating across the top towards the vent, come in towards A. They are ready for this push.
30 seconds on the board. Again, Sage with that diffuser in hand, pushing through short. Noz preparing. Put down some of those smokes, and it looks like, again, the attack will go for a short plant. Noz, he finds 2. That's actually 3 in this round, leaving it in a 5 versus 2. Dream needs to go massive here with the operator for his team to stand any chance in this round, as the spike has been stuck. That wall providing some great protection. Chris just gets away with a little bit of health. And look, this round should surely be Direwolves.
You would think so. It's definitely a difficult retake for Coffee, and really this is all on the back of Noz. He had a great push in through from the bathroom, covered beautifully so that they could get into that position to get spiked down. Looks like Coffee decides to all pull back towards B and try and save. There is a hunt here from Signed though. He's made it up to window. He's a bit late though. He's not actually going to catch any rotates past that double door unless any of them continue to move. But doesn't seem to be the case. Once this spike explodes, as it does now, we'll be able to move on at a 6-2 scoreline.
Direwolves slowly edging themselves back into this one. Economy still a little bit shoddy there. Strax, for example, only on 2100 creds. Might find himself in a bit of strife. Actually, no. The colours again. Wait. Did I get it right? No, I got it wrong. No, I got it wrong. Strax is for coffee, and I was trying to talk about Direwolves. So again, getting thrown off here by the attack-defense sides. Wow. I just need to drill it into my head.
Yeah, just get good guys. I said it before, say it again, you know?
Oh,
Come on, bro.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Well.
Alright, Direwolves continue to try and get some rounds on the board here. They can try and do a push towards B. It looks like all of them are stacked heavy on this side. 3 pushing towards the window location, which currently isn't being watched, but there are 2 creeping long. If Direwolves are not ready for this defense might be able to get the opening pick yet again, which has been so crucial. Noz, though, stepping up huge for his team. Signed combines to get the 2 opening frags, leaving Coffee with 3 on site to try and deal with it. But it looks like Direwolves might overwhelm. Spike going down, and Spike will be confirmed.
Exactly where you are.
Cypher as well will use that upload, I believe, to spot the remaining members of Team Coffee. So not only is it a 2 versus 4, but the exact positions in which they are pushing from have also been revealed. It does appear as if the raise for Coffee is going to save, and Skits is just waiting for some of these exit frags when Direwolves eventually try and retreat away from sight. But so far, the momentum is swinging back in the Wolves' favour, and considering the start that they had, I think they'd be pretty happy with the last few.
I have to agree. The fact they're bringing it back to 6-3 after the way Coffee's been playing is really good for them, and see whether they can keep that up, because it's been tough. They've been doing a good job of adaptation now. See whether Coffee can now try and readapt to that, because they seemed like they had a great read on the Direwolves. Slowly slipping away.
Couple of ults on the board here for Team Coffee. The Orbital Strike, of course, in the hands of Z, and then the Resurrection for Skits, both of which could play a pretty key role in how this round plays out. I'm tipping they're going to invest pretty hard into this round. Of course, the Direwolves looking to just continue on with this momentum and narrow that gap down to a 6-4. Still with a real possibility that they could even draw out the half.
Yeah, and that would be really big for Direwolves, given the way that Coffee started. The half at a 6-1 advantage was as big as it got. I think Direwolves be able to bring it back that far would be definitely dramatic. It's like Coffee going to get aggressive now in the window section. They've got 3 players to find around the corner. Not fully going for that peak. Z is just going to smoke it off and try push them back, which it will. In fact, they're all going to go for a rotate. Direwolves electing that, no, B is going to be a bit too tough. Let's go to A.
Currently only 2 members from the defense of Coffee playing on the A objective. It does look like Cypher has placed down a camera, so he can play a little bit safer, and we'll be able to call if this push is coming through, and it looks like it will quite shortly. Wolves stacking short with 5 members waiting for Noz to put down those smokes. Puts down all 3, and it looks like they'll go for a short push. That recon bolt potentially giving away their positions, as Rice will put out that cyber cage to protect that elbow position. Swirl does get the opening pick, so that is one of these defenders shut down, as Noz will get the other. So it's a 5 on make that 2 with Skits being dropped. So great execute from the Wolves' Dream. Left to try and clutch it out alongside the Brimstone, but look, that's not going to happen. Swirl gets 3 in the round. And Dire Wolves, they're coming back with vengeance at the moment.
Yeah, Coffee look a bit shook, and honestly, I think Noz has been so instrumental in this Direwolves comeback in this first half. So many of these rounds, he's had some really big picks, and he's been stepping up for the team, so that's great to see. This is going to make it a 6-4, guys, so it really is starting to come back in this half. We might even see it even out, as you said previously. That would really be setting a fantastic pace for this series.
Well, with that spike explosion, that will leave the scoreline 6-4. Of course, quick math, that means there's 2 rounds left in the half. And despite losing 3 rounds straight, Direwolves have responded with 3 of their own. Economy looking incredibly healthy to at least buy in the last 2 rounds. The same can't be said though for Coffee. If they lose this round, they're going to be really strapped for cash in that final round of the half. before, of course, everything resets. So pretty critical round for Coffee to, again, not let this momentum really build and amount to anything too much.
Because they're banking on 2 operators as well, so that is very important. Nice little bank of that recon dart there. It's going to be shot off straight away, though, by Direwolves. 3 ults in the pocket for Coffee as well. I think that's really important to point out. We'll be able to utilize these over the next 2 rounds, which could make a massive difference. Right now, Direwolves playing very patient and just trying to read again the defense. A lot of this map is about reading, figuring out where maybe the weakness is, and then you've got those quick rotates available.
Well, Strax will shut down Chris. Nice crisp shot from him. Knocks now under the pump a little bit, is forced to fall back. Again, looking at that minimap, all of these attackers for the Wolves reasonably spread out. The spike will eventually be collected, and it looks like they will now dedicate towards this B bomb site, which may not be a bad read. Coffee currently only holding that with 2 members.
Very true. So, Direwolves pushing through window. Being held beautifully by Dream. Misses those shots, though. That grenade's going to put a little bit of damage, but nothing too much to worry about. Cavalier pushes deep in towards his position. He's getting absolutely destroyed. Dream hits a nice shot onto Swirl. It is chaos here on the B side, but it is Dream that comes out on top with a couple of picks, and Coffee looking good in this round, all up to signed, and he's just hesitant to push any deeper now, guys.
Signed really stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not only is it a 1 versus 4, but he also needs to make the decision if he wants to go for a pick or save his operator for the next round. If he does wide pick this, he might be able to find the Sage, but instead he will play quite passively. No, he won't. He actually finds that kill with about 0.1 seconds left, so that's not a bad little pick. Skits does have 4,500 in the bank, though, so he should be okay for this final round of the half.
Yeah, and even if not, his teammates had him covered, so economy not going to be an issue coming into the final round of the half. So the Direwolves can get it back. I think a 7-5 half would still be good for them, given that Coffee did jump out to that 6-1 lead really early on, and Direwolves were looking like they were just maybe not getting their heads in the game. So the comeback has been good for them so far.
Right here. Revealing area.
Direwolves looking like they will be setting up for an A push. We've seen that recon bolt a couple of times this weekend to try and find any players inside of the bars. I don't think it was successful on that occasion, but we do hear an orbital strike go out. A lot of ults still on the board for this final round of the half, and this is going to be a chaotic execute.
Yeah, and you'd think it would favor Coffee, but right now it is Direwolves with a 4 versus 3 advantage. It's a push onto A. Rice will get 1, so again, Direwolves really coming out on top in this final half. So many ults unused. Strax gets a nice shot on sight. 2 versus 2, guys.
Oh, so close to getting that rocket launcher off, but Rice manages to shut him down. It's a 1v3 post plant for Z. Not much to lose. It's the last round of the half, so he's going to have to try and dedicate this and do his best to clutch it up. Has the Phantom in hand. There's a player to his left, a player in the cutout, and another towards short. But there we go. Signed will clean up the first one. Coffee will lead the half 7-5. Half number 2 will be on the other side of the break. All right. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time for the second half here between Coffee and Direwolves. It's map number 1. And Raven, it has been a pretty close encounter thus far. Coffee with a strong start, but Direwolves bringing this one back.
Yeah, again, we've said it quite a bit. You know, they jumped out to that 6-1 lead. You can see it there on the scoreboard. It looked like it was going to be all Coffee, but Direwolves came back in really strong fashion. It seemed like they were adapting well to what Coffee had been doing. And so a 7-5 half for Direwolves, I think, is a good result in the end. And they're the ones bringing the momentum forward, especially after how that final round went. So I think it's up to Coffee now to really try and make a statement and just shove that momentum back into their favor.
It's looking like Coffee are going to attempt a B execute, but Direwolves are prepared for this. At least 3 players protecting this, and the Rays in a great position to rotate off A. Keep in mind, I believe there was a spy cam on A as well for this defense, so they can also play off that a little bit if they are afraid of the rotate. And I mean, talking about rotates, it's looking like Coffee might be going for that right about now.
Yeah, they are just booking it out of B and running it in through the mid there. Looks like it's been read pretty well, though, by Diables. They're going to have 3 on site by the time Coffee are ready for that execute. But maybe they'll do the double debate. You know, maybe they'll go through mid teleporter back to B. It's always a thing with blind. You never know.
Well, they're going to have to act quickly here, Coffee. They have 30 seconds on the board. The Sky Smokes will provide some protection as they push through short. There are a couple of players in elbow, though. Swirl inside. They double peek this. Oh, the jump shot pays off. They both find the picks they need to, but unfortunately, Side is shut down. It's a 3-on-4 plant scenario here as Coffee are attempting to get this spike down. That's a great nade there from the Rays and manages to find that pick as they try and plant for short. But in fact, the spike was stuck just in time. So it's up to the Wolves now to try and retake the site. Oh, Cavalier hits that shot. How many more can he find? Yeah, it will be 0. It's now the Rays from Coffee left in a 1 versus 3. Oh, spike just gets defused. That was a close round, but look, it was traded out. Plenty of time on the board, and Direwolves managed to kick off the half pretty nicely here.
Yeah, you can see it there from the last 6 rounds. Direwolves won 5 of them. So that's a pretty big deal. It's a clear momentum swing that has happened towards Direwolves. And of course, it's not just their defense, but their attack as well was really successful in the end towards that half. So great play from Direwolves. And I'm worried for Coffee now. I think this is where they need to start digging deep and pull something out. Direwolves just, that was a beautiful attack already. Coffee need to be careful because too much momentum can be really hard to stop.
5-man slow walk gets punished, not once, but twice, 3 times, in fact. Make it all 5. It's a flawless round for the Wolves as they even out the scoreline. And wow, Coffee just getting absolutely decimated.
Line them up, boys. Oh my lord, that was just, that was over before you could even think about it. I feel like we've hardly even, like, I don't know, you could just tell me this is the prep phase from the last round, to be honest. Like, that was nothing. Well, okay, 7-7. Direwolves looking fantastic, and that's a bit of a humiliating round for Coffee in general. So on top of the fact Direwolves have momentum in their camp, they just humiliated Coffee on that round. Maybe that's going to affect their mindset.
Maybe. So we're going to see a different approach here from Coffee. After that failed B push, instead rotating towards A on this occasion. So overall picking up that ult, or won't be contested from Bathroom as Direwolves are playing quite deep in towards site.
Trying to get the intel needed to decide whether they want to actually push this or go for that rotate. Now, we see the Brimstone of Coffee has pushed aggressive here. There's a contest in mid. And in fact, Noz is the one that will win that. That's Direwolves again with the opening pick. Something that Coffee were doing so well, but hasn't worked out well for them so far in this half.
More util being dumped. Snipers raining out as well onto this short position, but Skits finds an opening and will abuse that to try and get in towards site. He still has a barrier orb as well that he can use to try and cover this short plant, but they need to be mindful of elbow. Instead, Skits is going to go all the way to the cutout. They managed to shut down Rice, who was in a position to deny that, but Sign gets the wall bang. Oh my god, I almost let he hit the second there onto the cutout, but the Sage will survive, and Coffee are left in a 2 versus 4.
Oh my god, in the weapon switch, Swirl hits a great shot on a Z. Skits gets one, Noz finishes it off though. It's going to be another successful round for the Direwolves, and right now this is starting to look a little bit dangerous for Coffee. So many rounds consecutively going in favor of the Wolves.
It was a risky plant from Coffee going so deep in towards side. It doesn't pay off, and Direwolves for the first time on this map will in fact have the lead. As you can see in the round history, they actually only won 1 of the first 7 rounds, but you wouldn't think that after the last 4 where they have been playing incredibly strong. It really has been, I guess, flipped on its head.
Coffee have been able to get spiked down a couple of times. So, I mean, they're getting access to site, but just the retakes and even just the inability to be able to set up properly for post plan, I think, has been a big deal for Coffee. So it's a credit to Direwolves in the way that they've been swift into dealing with what Coffee's pulling out with his attacks. Looks like we've got a heavy B push here again, Guz. They're going to try and sneak up long to there, but there's being held very aggressively by the Direwolves.
One of those players pushing long is punished. In fact, Noz finds 2. That's 2 rounds straight for him that have been quite strong. In fact, he finds the 3rd onto Strax, who dropped from the window, leaving 2 members from Coffee on this attack to try and push from that window position. But the odds are against them. Chris finds one. Swirl finds the final kill. And the Wolves, with a flawless round, are looking pretty damn good on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, I questioned a little bit of the adaptation that was coming out of Direwolves when we saw Coffee go up 6-1, but right now, that's got to be firmly in the minds of Coffee. They are just absolutely failing to deal with what Direwolves are doing, and Direwolves are playing in essence of unpredictability as well. I mean, they hadn't yet played 2 aggressive players in B long. It's not something that Coffee maybe realized they needed to be ready for. And we saw how that worked out for Noz. He got the 2 opening picks. Ended up getting 3 for the round. He himself has been fantastic for the Wolves.
Looks like we might see an A push. It is a split setup from Coffee, 3 towards A and 2 towards B, as it looks like we have hit another pause. So again, unfortunately, we are unaware as to why that pause has occurred. Those are initiated by the players in conference with the admins, so we're just going to have to chill out for a little bit here. And I mean, this gives a bit of respite to Coffee, who have had their backs against the wall for quite some time now.
Yeah, I think they will definitely be utilizing this to be able to just recollect their thoughts, figure out what is going on, because they have so far really struggled. They haven't won a round so far in this half. I think that's an important point, is that Direwolves have just won all 4 of them. They've not looked like they're going to be winning any of these rounds either. It's not like Direwolves have just been pulling out these rounds from nowhere. It's just they're getting dominated. Coffee really need to figure out what's going wrong, and they need to try and make some quick adaptations, because this map will really swiftly go out of their favor.
We definitely have seen a couple of games this afternoon and throughout the tournament where, for whatever reason, teams do struggle a bit more on that attack. Again, like this style of competitive shooter, it is really up to the attack to initiate those early moves, and Direwolves at the moment are basically just baiting them into sight and shutting them down. So Coffee need to have a good hard think, or have had a good hard think, hopefully during that little break, to work out exactly how they're going to approach the rest of these rounds.
I think he brought something up there, guys, too, is that the attack is the one that generally has to be the initiator. But a lot of these rounds for Direwolves, I feel like they've really been the initiators. That last round was a perfect example where Noz got that double kill on B long. They were initiating that with their aggression, and I think that's really throwing Coffee off. But then there's also rounds like this where it looks like they're playing a little more patient. That being said, the rise of Direwolves has moved up aggressive there in A mid. We might be able to get an open
Oh no, why are you repeating that? Strax. My man. No. Side just eats him up for breakfast, easy as you'd like. And again, Direwolves will get that early round advantage. Really position themselves nicely for what will be an A execute coming out from Coffee. Again, Sage with the spike in hand will likely try and go for that short plant. Once again, it is stuck, but the Direwolves, we've seen it time and time again, are not afraid for the retake.
Oh, but there's a big fatal error with that barrier orb. It didn't quite wall it off well enough. Rice pushes through, gets a double as Sign gets 1. That means it's all up to this single sober player for Coffee in the bathroom, trying to make it happen, but it's going to be very tough. He's got a lot ahead of him here for Direwolves. In fact, 5 of them. He's just going to book it out. He realizes it's probably a lost cause and may as well save the operator.
Yeah, Dream just goes, I'm out of here, boys. 16 HP. Nothing he can do in that scenario, and we'll hold on to that op. Quick peek at the scoreboard again. Noz been instrumental so far, going 17 and 8. A great performance from him thus far. Well, Coffee, it's been pretty disappointing half for them. Keep in mind that the colors on the scoreboard here aren't in line with the ones on the top, so you have to actually flip it. That threw us off a little bit here. Unfortunately, there is a small glitch with the scoreboard only showing 2 players after the half, and the only way to fix it then results in the flipped colors. So again, just try and keep that in mind. The colors at the top are in line with the overlay on the stream.
Alright, so Coffee 3 stacking up B long. Not a heavy contest like we saw last time when Noz did get that 2k. 2 also pushing window. And maybe this is just going to go bang quickly. They do just rush straight through. Garden onto site here. They've obtained some control. It's all about this retake for Direwolves now.
Machine going for the plant, just sticks it down, and will get away from that orbital strike. So not a bad play in the end. We are going to see Direwolves once again attempt to retake. Oh, Chris, he's going straight for it. It's a 2 versus 5. Can Strax deny it? He has the rocket launcher, but he needs to find 5. He manages to find 2 with his ult, but Chris will eat that diffuser up onto the spike. And Direwolves, they're just continuing this dominance.
I just gotta love the timing of that spray as well, and the angle from Sky was just perfect for it. But yes, look, Direwolves, man, they are just absolutely rolling in this second half. That's 6 rounds in a row, as you can see there. They're 2 rounds away from taking the map, guys, and if you'd said that to me in the first half, I would have been like, no way.
Yeah, I mean, it has been rough here for Coffee. Really have their backs against the wall in the economy department as well. It looks like they're going to try and force around. Still yet to win a single attack. Even despite getting spiked down multiple times, Direwolves have been extremely dominant in the retake. And I mean, it's hard. It's really hard to back Coffee to bring these rounds back at all.
I agree. It just feels like Direwolves are just constantly on top of them on those retakes. Right now, it looks like they're potentially baiting a B push. It's that early engagement. Didn't really get anything. I mean, the damage was done onto the Sage, who could probably, easy as you like, heal up. Looks like it is still going to be a B push, though. They're coming in through the fountain here towards Long. Tight angle being held by Signs, though. He's going to get the opening pick onto Dream. Direwolves, again, will take this early advantage. Less than a minute to go.
Oh, he almost finds a second as Skits hits the res. So it's actually flipped now. It's 5-on-4 in favor of Team Coffee, but Noz gets one back. Again, he's been instrumental on this map, but he gets traded out. Coffee looking primed to take their first attack here, and they do get that spike down. I'm expecting Wolves to still maybe try and attempt rather, a retake of sorts, as their economy is probably quite strong. But Coffee are playing this quite passively, and I think the Wolves are going to struggle to find these picks.
Yeah, really good post-plant positions here from Coffee. Not giving too much away. So I'll just trying to be careful. Find some picks. And he does get onto Skits, so maybe possible here. Time very much not in their favor, though, because that spike is ticking away very swiftly. 2 players in Long going to be able to potentially peek out to deny this. Window to think about as well. Not going to happen, guys. That is Coffee's first attack round.
A little bit tight in the end. The Direwolves, despite being at a man disadvantage, were close-ish to maybe taking that one back. But as you mentioned, Coffee do critically get their first attack round win. And again, just looking at that match history, it's been a massive contrast to that first half. I wouldn't say Coffee are out of it, but again, we know that the Wolves are in a strong position with their credits, and I don't think their momentum is going to be halted too much.
No, potentially not. It's all more, I think, a matter of how much did that lift Coffee's spirits, how much has that lifted their momentum, at least enough to be slightly more competitive in these attack rounds. Seeing a slow start to this one. Spike just resting there in
again.
Link signed
again.
Unbelievable on this operator.
The man just doesn't miss. Side is owning B at the moment. It doesn't matter what position he's playing. He is finding these opening picks and just making it all that more difficult for Coffee to take these rounds. And it's going to be a recon bolt potentially landing somewhere near short. Kinda-ish. Don't think it quite finds its mark though. And I don't believe those players have been spotted on the rotate.
I think it was even further over, you know? I think it was more towards the entrance to bathroom just to see whether there was a hard push happening on that other side. Either way, it's really stalled out Coffee here. We've got 40 seconds to go and they have not made a clear indication of where they're pushing. It seems heavy A, but of course that mid teleporter might come into factor, but right now they're not giving themselves much time to make it work. Rice goes off with the operator. This is going to be tough for Coffee.
Oh no, the smokes come out a little bit late, and even despite that, Rice, I believe, does find that pick through it eventually, leaving it in a 2-on-5. Coffee with a significant man disadvantage, even more so now. Dream not even able to get that spike down. It's flaws for Direwolves, and they find themselves on match point.
I think that was one of the the more concerning attacks that I've seen out of Coffee, once they lost that opening pick again, they just looked so stalled out. They hardly moved around that midsection, and Direwolves also weren't moving, so they had great positions. They just had to wait for Coffee to make a move so they could pounce on it. That they did. Direwolves, here they are, match point.
Go time now for Coffee. Not wanting to drop this first map in the best of 3. Of course, this is the lower bracket. The loser of this series is gone. As both these teams already lost matches, or lost series rather, in the earlier stages of this group. Does feel like Coffee are trying to feel out a B-long push. Our drone as well to gain some intel. But the hold is so strong here from the Wolves, and Sign still has that operator in hand, but he does get shut down. So finally, he's taken off the board as the trades come through. It's now left with only a couple of members for each team. Make it a 2-on-3, in fact. Coffee at that man disadvantage. But they do have the positional advantage.
Yep, Spike's going to go down with that drone coming really quickly in towards the Sage of Skits. He finally gets a chance to turn around and shoot it.
Oh.
Misses the shot though onto Swirl. He will capitalize, and it is all up to Cavalier. He's up here in this window. It's going to be tough for him to be able to do anything from this point. Not going to happen, guys. Direwolves will be able to get this counter defuse to close out map 1.
Direwolves will take map number 1 in a 13-8 fashion. They had their backs against the wall, but then the tables turned at the end of the half. Coffee with a lot to think about heading in to map number 2, Raven. And quick look at the scoreboard will show that Noz and Swirl were really kicking things off nicely. They're particularly in the mid-round. Signed as well. Quite strong on that operator at the start as well.
Yeah, Signed did a great job with that operator in that second half in particular. And look, something that's really concerning for me, we talk about it a lot. Coffee are up 6-1 at one stage. Look at the final score, 8-13. They got 2 rounds after that to Direwolves 12. That is quite insane. That is very much the reverse sweep of the map. And Direwolves, wow, they're going to be carrying forward some pretty heavy momentum into map 2.
Well, that will wrap up things here on map number 1. We're going to head to a very quick 5-minute-ish break for the teams to, have a drink, have a coffee, potentially, I don't know, whatever they want to do. We'll be back on the other side of the break, so sit tight and we'll see you soon. Alrighty, folks. Hello and welcome back. We're almost jumping into map number 2 here between I Do Like My Coffee, he, and Dire Wolves. We should be we should be in for an absolute cracker. I've already had my coffee. I finished it off during the break. Unfortunately, I don't think coffee are sponsored by anyone, so I don't know. Someone should jump on that. But Raven, that first map actually didn't really go in favor of coffee in the end. They started off strong. Dire Wolves came back with vengeance in that second half.
Absolutely. Look, if you did miss it, Coffee started off really, really strong. They went out to a 6-1 lead. The final score ended up being 8-13 for Dire Wolves. So they really just couldn't back it up in that second half in particular. So look, I think they need to try and summon some extra strength here into map 2. Dire Wolves now have that map advantage in the series, being a best of 3. Make something happen if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, of course, we'd like to give a massive shout out to all our partners for this tournament, and one in particular is Puma. If you guys at home type !Puma into the chat as Raven shows off their beautiful shoes, they're actually giving away 20 pairs of those and you can get your hands on them. So type !Puma into the chat, click the link, fill out the questionnaire, and you will go into the running. And I know you've been loving them, Raven. I haven't even laced mine yet, so look, I can't give an informed opinion on how good they are, but I'm sure you can.
Yeah. Look, I've actually been wearing them to the gym ever since I got them, and they've been really great. I notoriously have foot pain when I run on the treadmill for too long, but actually it's been really good with these. So definitely got my vouch.
Indeed. Well, talking about this upcoming map, the second in the best of 3, it will be Haven. So of course that is the only map that has the 3 bomb sites, but despite that, it might not actually be as attacker-sided as you would expect. For example, the last game that we had between Coffee and 1HP. 1HP, for example, really struggled at the early rounds to try and head those attacks.
They did. They went down to a huge deficit, and I think by that stage it was just a bit too late for them. There's one thing about a map being a certain side, but when you do lose a lot of rounds, it still can really affect mindset and those kinds of things. So it can be a factor. See whether it's a factor or not here. Dire Wolves actually played this very fresh. This is a map that we saw them finish on in map 2 in the previous series that they played in today. That ended up being very close. I think it was 13-11 in the end, or 13-10, but it was close. It was very back and forth. But at least that might help them, you know? They might be fresh on this map.
Well, I mean, talking about close matches, we're yet to cast one, and I'm not sure if there actually have been any in the bracket that have gone into the extended overtime. So for this group stage, it actually is win by 2 in overtime. Previously, it could have been a 13-12 result, winning by, of course, 1 round. But on this occasion, it can be basically unlimited overtime until the team gets that 2-round lead. So again, we're not sure if it's going to be that close on this occasion, particularly after that last map where Coffee did struggle, but it is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure exactly what was really making them struggle so much. I felt like maybe they were just giving too much grace to Direwolves or not quite enough respect to their ability to retake, especially after so many rounds of it happening. It just felt like there wasn't enough coming out of Coffee to counter that. So that's something they're going to have to be ready for in Haven.
Well, we are loading in to map number 1. We'll have a very quick break and we'll jump into the action on the other side. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time for map number 2 here between Direwolves and Team Coffee. Direwolves, of course, with that 1-0 lead in this best of 3 format as we head into Haven.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing some good old Haven. I think it's a great map because it's got those 3 bomb sites, and that does create some interesting dynamics. As we talked about with Bind, the interesting dynamic there is the teleporters. Well, here in Haven, you've got 3 bomb sites. You have to worry about bomb site C. It only short rotates in between them, but it can create some really interesting rotates and difficult to read attacks. So we'll see what we can see produced from these teams. And look, I'm excited.
Indeed. Now it's time for my obligatory reminder that no, not everyone in this lobby is named Suede, and no, they don't have phantoms. That is just, unfortunately, a spectator bug, so bear with us. It will be resolved after the first round. Of course, being the first round, everyone's going to have pistols, so no one actually even has the credits, I don't believe, to buy a Phantom anyway. So don't be thrown off by that.
Right, and look, aggressive peeking coming out in towards A long, not netting any kills though. And Dial's deciding, you know what, let's not push that. They're going to move around, start to push in towards B. It's Garage, but there was a trap wire I just saw triggered in Garage. So maybe if they full send to C, I mean, if they do it quick enough, there's only one defender to worry about there.
Flash comes through the wall. Chris gets the opening pick, and it's a great start here for Direwolves. Well, trying to hit some shots through that sky smoke, will miss the mark. Stun comes through as well to try and ward off the retake, and it is a successful plant in the end.
Yeah, and a lot of the retake trying to come from the top side of C, but it's going to be really tricky. That's a big funnel point, as is the Garage doorway. So this is definitely going to be a tricky retake for this defense. They're just going to have to yeet in, and that they do. They get one, it's refragged. Strax still trying to get through, but it is very, very tricky for them to make it. 2 bursts to Garage, though. Might be able to make this retake happen. Strax does finally get one. Position on to the Cypher is taken out. That's actually 2 left on the defense now versus 2 of the attackers.
Unfortunately, though, Strax is stranded in that 2-on-1. That player at long was always in a fantastic position, really, to try and deny the counter defuse. And there we go, Divers will kick things off. It really wasn't that straightforward on map number 1. But Direwolves are really carrying on that momentum that they had established on that first map.
They are, and that's definitely a concern here for Coffee. I mean, look, though, that retake was pretty impressive to some extent because it didn't look like they were going to be able to have a good go of it. They had 2 funnel points to get through in C, which is an interesting point about retaking C in general. It does create very tight gaps to be able to retake in, and Coffee almost made that happen. So that's one thing. See whether they can actually stack some rounds, though we might have to wait a little while. It's going to be tough for them in the second round, given the hit of economy they would have compared to Direwolves taking out the first one.
Signed manages to mark 1 with that owl drone, forcing him back towards C. He's still a player on the garage window, though. Swirl trying to hit that wallbang does miss the mark, unfortunately, but Rice doesn't miss. That's Dream, who was forced back towards site, taken down. As Zilyi manages to get 1, is traded out, though. Skits gets aggro, and Noz shuts him down, finding a couple in this round, and Coffee on that back foot. It is a 1-on-4. Shots do rain out from Cavalier, but Sova is able to fall back, and not a whole lot Coffee can do to try and bring this one back.
Cavalier's just going to try and get in anyway and get some shots off. He damages 2 of them quite low, but he gets finished off, and that is 2 in a row for Direwolves, and however many in a row if you want to count how the last map went as well.
Indeed. Of course, if you are just joining us, it is Team Coffee taking on Direwolves in the bottom bracket. if Coffee lose this map, they'll head home empty-handed. Whereas the Direwolves will progress through to the quarters, which will, I believe, take place next week. Unfortunately, they did find themselves in this lower bracket, but they've been fighting hard to try and keep the dream alive.
Yeah, I mean, a real quick point on that too is Direwolves were knocked down a lower bracket by Exoclan, who did actually manage to win a 2-0 to make their way all the way through to semis. So Exoclan proving to be a very strong team in this group. Direwolves also proving to be very strong as they've had a pretty successful lower bracket run so far. See whether they can continue that. This attack looks pretty stacked around A site. There's only one defender there right now, so this will have to be a very quick retake from Coffee if they want to be able to save this or stop this happening.
Cavalier does have a spy cam. Not too sure if he's convinced there's many pushing, but he will be now as they do flood the site. He manages to shut down the 2 at long. Rice will eventually trade out his counterpart. The spike will now go down. It's a 3-on-4 post plant here once it is stuck. Coffee still potentially in this one, I feel.
Yeah, look, definitely still in it. There's 4 of them for this retake, so they have the man advantage, but they are all pushing in through this one spot, which can definitely be countered by the attackers in their post plant positions. See whether they can make it happen. They push through to site. Nobody there in the lower section of tower. Rice finds one. Z finally answers back. A couple of trades coming out. Makes it a 1 versus 2 now in favor of Direwolves. Only 1 versus 1, in fact. He's going to go for the defuse if he sticks this, which he will thanks to that beautifully placed. Oh, he comes off it, gets the checkpoint. That was brave from Z, because if Swirl did manage to pick him off, that would have been a Direwolves round. And look, Coffee, they do get their first round, guys.
Well played there by Z. Good combo of utility and game sense to win that out with just under 4 seconds remaining on the spike. Not letting the Wolves extend that advantage too far. In terms of economy, Coffee in an okay position to go for a force by at least. A couple of their players a bit strapped for cash. So if they lose this round, Direwolves should be able to then continue on that early momentum. However, if Coffee can play like they did in that last round and hit these retakes, or at least hold the bomb rather, than they could find themselves in a good position.
Oh, that's a shot from Swirl onto Strax. Opening kill for the Direwolves. Gonna give them a good early advantage. Coffee. 4 players remaining, see what they can do. Dial's very split right now. The spike just resting outside that mid window, so not committing to anything either way. And I think just a good point with Haven in general is if you do lose that opening pick as a defense, it really does hinder you with these 3 sites. You now can't be particularly spread out. You have to be ready to react a lot quicker.
Oh, that is savage. Swell shut down, but Noz will trade it back. It's a 3-on-3 post plan as it has been stuck. We're going to see Z on Brimstone here, stuck in that cyber cage. Smoke now as well. His view is obstructed, but he doesn't miss the mark there onto Rice playing inside of Hal. Oh, both players narrowly missing towards long as they need to try and find this player short. Noz with a slither of HP will come out on top. The refrag not there, and he is able to rotate back around. In fact, it hasn't been stuck, the spike, so I have miscalled that completely, and it looks like it's going to be a massive rotate. I thought it went down. Look, it's a little bit hard to know when the plant goes down. I wish there was a better indicator.
I think what you read was spike dropped. And
Yes,
you thought that was spike landed.
Yeah. There needs to be better indication when it's going down.
I was about to say, Dream is on the other side here. He might be able to stop this. But no, Signed actually had a nice line of sight there with the operator up C long. And that means Z, he's all alone. He's just deciding, you know what? I might not risk my my buys right now. I'm just going to chill out in A and just wait for this round to finish off. That would mean Direwolves are going to go up 3-1. And look, Coffee have looked all right on these defenses. They have got 1 round. Still feels like Direwolves are in control of this match, though.
That does appear to be the case. As Z will just chill out here. Again, all these players fair distance away. I feel like maybe if Z had his time again, he could try and attempt this because the Brimstone for Wolves is quite low on HP, but it would have been risky. So, look, he played the percentage game there, and Signed is just going to vibe out a little bit there and able to close out the round as we enter round number 5.
think what's really important is maybe Coffee just stay in touch here. I don't know whether they're waiting for their attacks or... Actually, now that I think about it, their attacks were pretty average in map 1, so maybe not. They probably need to be trying to excel in these defenses, so the fact that Direwolves are up 3-1 right now on this map, I don't know, it worries me a bit for Coffee. See what they do have in the back pocket.
Aggressive defense here through mid. Wow, wait, all 5 members are getting extremely aggressive towards window, really taking the fight here. Up against the attack, but Swell gets the first, Chris gets the second, Cavalier gets aggressive and will find one for himself, but unfortunately Coffee, just like that, are left in a 1 versus 4. It's Strax on breach to try and find them all, but he's just going to pick up an orb, likely play this one a little bit safe. I mean, he does only have a pistol, so it might be worth trying to find a pick, so he has that ultimate for the next round. Try and disrupt the Wolves here a little bit, who will get that plant down for free.
Yeah, I think just a pistol round there from Coffee meant that they just wanted to try something a bit different. Play a little aggressive, just get up in the face of the Wolves, and it might have worked out really well, but Direwolves were, I don't know, ready to capitalize on that. Strax has picked up a weapon though. Phantom, in fact. So that's going to help his economy a little bit in the next round, and he's going to save. He's just going to hang out towards the defender spawn. Might even be able to catch an exit frag. Depends where he sits, but looks like he's not even going to go for that. Just going to hang out and see. And the team is going to be ready for the next round. Just start talking it out, figuring out what they're going to do.
That will be the case. The spike still ticking down. It appears as if Direwolves are scurrying around the map to maybe find that pick, but they're not going to find it in time. And there will be 5 members left alive at the conclusion of that round. Into the buy phase now of round number 6. Coffee able to buy this round, but with 2 of their members still yet to get a pick. It's time they step up so they can start capitalizing.
Definitely needing some of these players to stand up on Coffee. In fact, there's 2 of them without a pick, and they were 2 players that have had good performances for Coffee. Dream and Skits both stepped up in their own rights in previous maps, so right now it's about getting them into the game and trying to round that out a bit better. Direwolves have just been very patient with these attacks and really thorough when they actually strike. Coffee ready to adapt.
Operator being used here to hold C long. Smoke goes down though and will obstruct the vision here of the Nova. They are stacking that location, so it appears as if Direwolves may try and commit to it, but as I say that, they are now going to rotate back towards mid.
Might be heavy big push. Barrier Orb going to slow them down. Starting to deal with that and finally open it up. There's a lot of defenders ready to pounce there though, and they can establish a good crossfire at the top side of B. So they'll have to be careful as they push through.
Smoke again, delaying this push. Time slowly becoming a factor here for the Wolves, who just have under 40 seconds to dedicate to a particular position. Again, they are still all stacked at mid. They do have a Sova at long though, so there could be a Sova on Sova battle there, but in the meantime, it's going to be a push. Oh my word, through Garage as Sign does find that opening pick, but now he will be overwhelmed. The flash comes through, surely they'll shut him down. He was flashed, and they do, but the refrag again will come through by Team Coffee. More importantly though, the spike has been stuck. It has been planted for long. It's going to be a tricky retake here for Coffee.
Absolutely, definitely a tricky retake here for Coffee. There's some good positions being held by these attackers too, in fact quite passive, and as you said, because it's been planted for long, C-Long can be held beautifully. Chris gets one, Chris gets another. Means it's all up to the Cypher of Coffee to get this retake. Peeks around, gets one, that's Cavalier. He's going to be able to use his ult to get the other positions, but no, Swirl out of nowhere seemingly. Gets him from Garage. 5-1 now to the Direwolves.
You have to question the use of the ultimate that round for Cavalier, who now will have to get 6 more points to get that one back. Maybe a little bit ill-advised considering the man disadvantage, the fact that it was also planted for long and multiple attackers were holding that with snipers. So if he had his time again, he probably wouldn't have used it. But then again, Coffee are on the back foot and need to try and get some of these rounds back. So maybe that was the thought process there. Coffee a little bit desperate to try and get some rounds on the board.
Notice they've really been taking some hits economy-wise and some hits frag-wise as well. Swirl hits them with the opening kill. That means Lowell's going to have that man advantage so early in the round. I said that really on Haven, given how spread out you need to be as a defense, that's so detrimental, as is that one. Direwolves looking so good on these attacks.
It's been a bit of a struggle here for Coffee, but they have an opportunity, if they read into this one, to potentially take a round again. It's going to be planted for long there by the Sage. Coverage there alongside, and it does put us in a 5v3 post-plant. Direwolves scatter away from the site. They've been quite disciplined so far, and Rice on that occasion will prove that, electing not to re-peek Skits, who might have been able to take his head off. It looks like potentially Coffee are going to try and save, or at least the Sova will keep that operator in hand. Swell will find one onto Z though, and man, this has just been so rough for Coffee. I can't help but feel that the momentum established here by the Wolves on map 1 is carrying over.
It does feel like that. It just feels like Coffee cannot get on top of them, and the Direwolves just getting these opening kills is really, really affecting the ability for Coffee to play out these defense rounds. They need to start to get it back. And I mean, on the other hand though, guys, I mean, we were talking like this about Coffee or about Direwolves in the first half of map 1. It's exactly how it was, in fact. It was a 6-1 in favor of Coffee, and then Direwolves got that reverse sweep. So maybe it's too early to call it, but in terms of just what feels like the game's pace and how it's being controlled, Direwolves are just looking very strong right now, and Coffee aren't able to find answers for that.
Well, it has absolutely started pissing down with rain outside, and look, that's not the only storm brewing here at the moment. Coffee are having a really rough time here. Direwolves time and time again getting those opening picks and able to really just flood a site. Dream needs to try and hit this long shot. Sign though will use an owl drone to spot him out. Considers the peak, but will reconsider. Instead, we'll send out a shock bolt. Might be able to line that out, as they both actually use a shock dart, but neither hitting the mark. Oh, that was close.
That was pretty close in the end. But no, they're going to get it out of there and rotating in through the mid. It's been barrier orbed, so they can't just get direct access to B. They're going to shoot it down, which does give away that potentially this is their push. They acted it quickly though. That's Rice moving up into sight. He walks into a slow orb that was almost the end of him. He's just going to sit in this corner and see if he can find something. Cavalier comes through and gets a double, in fact. So that's good for Coffee now, guys.
I feel like Coffee really need one player to just have a nice big play here. Give the rest of the team some confidence and momentum, and look, it may well be Cavalier to do that. Already finding 2 in this round. The rest of Direwolves will fall back, potentially dedicate to rotate towards C, or maybe even B, both of which are unoccupied at the moment. Looks like C long though will be the play. We know that the Sova has been holding this with the operator, and that's Dream to rotate back around. If he finds these picks, the Divers will be on the back foot, and they're going to be forced to commit big here. Oh, he narrowly misses the first one. 10 seconds on the board though. Surely Team Coffee can just play time.
Yeah, look, they're going straight for that spike, and I'm not sure that the defenders are aware, and they missed the opportunity. Z does come through for a double kill,
what
though.
The hell? Oh, he gets it. I thought Sign was going to wallbang him then. That must have been incredibly close. Not entirely sure if that wall is bangable, but it doesn't matter in the end here for Coffee, who will be able to defuse the spike, and Sign unable to find any exit frags there after the conclusion of that round. So, you know, Coffee getting their nose back in the door here a little bit.
Yep, they finally get another round. And we said it, you know, 6-1 up is what Direwolves were on map 1. Sorry, Coffee were up 6-1 on map 1, and Direwolves came back. Direwolves have hit 6-1 on this map. I mean, look, that was only one round, but maybe it's a bit of a precursor there. On top of that, I noticed, Coffee, there's still 2 players at the bottom with no kills. So only 3 of these defenders are actually getting the picks. And I don't know, maybe that can be a big factor of what's causing the issue here, is that there's just a bit of a gap in their frag power.
Really been enjoying this Sova v Sova battle down C long, but Signed will forfeit at this occasion and instead maybe opt at the mid window as he collects up this spike. We're already seeing a couple of members push down A long as Strax will just be destroyed, and that's really going to open up the round now for Direwolves, who have A control.
Oh, on top of that, they're going to be able to capitalize onto these 2 guys stuck in short. did take a refrag, but they got there. That means that they've got control of A. Spike has been planted. Retake has to happen now for Coffee.
5 on 3. Coffee find themselves on the back foot. The Cypher upload as well is probably not going to make things any easier here for the attack. For the defense, rather. Again, I got it wrong. I will get it right eventually, I'm telling you. I'm just not going to use the word attack or defense. But while I'm collecting my thoughts, it looks like Coffee will do the same, rotating offside, and they're just going to save here to try and be in a stronger position for the end of the half.
Yep, just thinking about that economy, thinking about conserving. That they will do as the Spike. Just hanging out in the corner.
They do be vibing. Coffee do be vibing. Oh, Dream. All right. Nice. Finds one. Not a bad result.
Direwolves, though. That's another round in their pocket. They're up 7-2. Where they can continue this dominance, because really it feels very much like that. You know, Coffee do have 2 rounds, but overall, Direwolves have really been controlling this map, and I just still doesn't feel it for me, you know, that Coffee are on a comeback or able of it. But then again, maybe at the half swap, we might see something very dramatic swing back.
All right, I want to see some more copy passes in chat, guys. I know surely there's some Coffee ones or some Wolves ones. Surely. And look, if you're a Coffee fan, now's the time to try and activate them. It has been a struggle. The last half of map 1 and the first here on map number 2. So give them as much power as you possibly can as they try and successfully defend at least a couple more rounds here in the first half. But Swell gets aggressive, finds that first pick there onto the Brimstone. Z just been absolutely abused on that position. Direwolves now have that advantage.
Yeah, and look, the ability usage to be able to get them onto C now to get this spike down was absolutely phenomenal. Strax, though, sitting in the corner very patiently. Speaking of phenomenal, he had phenomenal patience, and that means that he's been able to bring it a little back for Coffee. Gives them a chance to try and retake. Chris gets 1. That enables the spike to go down. Coffee under a lot of pressure on this retake.
Ooh, that flash, though, does blind a couple of players on site. Direwolves taking full advantage, and now it's Cavalier left in a 1 versus 4. Position revealed, he wallbangs 1 and finds the second, but the last turret long. The Cypher upload will give those positions away, but can he stick it? He puts down the Cyber Cage. Oh no, the orbital strike comes up clutch there for Direwolves. Cavalier uses that as a cue to push through. Oh, that could have been dangerous, but he doesn't find the picks, and Direwolves will clean up the round.
Great use of that orbital strike to secure the round, and that gives Direwolves a solid advantage to be built on. 8-2. 2 rounds to go for the half, and Coffee really have to get these. You know, if they can bring this to be 8-4, that's doable. It's only a 4-round deficit. Sometimes those 4 rounds can just fly by. If they can find some strengths in their attacks, that's doable. I think most importantly, though, it's for their mindset. Because let's say Direwolves get these 2, it's a 10-2 lead to them. When you look at that, that can just feel not great at all.
2 rounds left in the half. Best outcome for Coffee is a 4-8. Still not great, but it's manageable. Anything less, and the odds are really up against them. Aldrone comes out here from Signed as he scouts through this mid location. He is currently holding the spike at mid. That Sky Smoke will delay any push, though, from the likes of Swirl, who have progressed upwards. That stun through the wall isn't going to make things any easier, and Swirl is very lucky not to be taken out by that. He shakes his head a little bit there as it just misses the mark, but I don't think he'll be complaining too much.
Potentially not. Sage on Coffee has been taken low, but the heal is going to come out, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. Swell is just hanging in there. Looks like the push has rotated over to A, though. Cavalier gets a double. Very important for Coffee to stunt that push of Direwolves. Was traded out, but left in a 4 versus 2. Looks like Coffee might be able to get their next round, guys.
It's Signed in a 1-on-3. He has the operator, so the Wolves need to be, or rather Coffee need to be disciplined here and not feed him. Shockbolt comes through onto the default plant, but Signed's already pushed through here. He has 20 seconds to maybe try and find at least 1 pick. Gets through that little slit in the wall, but misses that initial shot. And Coffee, they are playing this quite disciplined. Signed, not able to find these picks, and in the meantime, a player has pushed through short. Signed, seemingly having the game sense to be aware of that, but he can't find the pick. And as we enter the last round of the half, Coffee are mounting a mini comeback.
They are, and I said it, guys. If they get this to a 4-8, I mean, it's not great, but it's bearable. It's manageable. Only a 4-round deficit. Just is a matter of how they can feel in their attacks, and if they can get a few back in the start of the next half, then we've got a game in our hands. But they just need to stop the bleeding as much as possible.
Right there.
I think it's important that we give some credit to Cavalier, despite his team struggling. There's been a couple of occasions where he's hit some nice spray transfers and really helped his team get some nice footing in these rounds. So well played by him on the Cypher, an operator that doesn't typically get a lot of these opening frags. Either way though, Strax tries to find his opening. Will actually smoke bang, I believe, the Sage. He will self-heal, but that could delay the push a little bit.
Look, that's not going to delay the push though. Swell getting that pick. It's again the opening pick going in the hands of Direwolves. Giving them that man advantage does really help these attacks, especially on Haven. As we said, 3 bomb sites means that your resources and your just man count in general is split across the board. So losing that opening pick is very detrimental. It looks like it's a hard rotate towards A here. Direwolves in the final attack of the half. Can they get one? There's a nice trade on the side.
Cavalier again in a great position, unfortunately for his team, only able to find one. And while Chris hits that res, that only increases the chances of Direwolves closing out this half in a 9-3 fashion. Coffee need to give this everything they have. Strax gets 1, he gets 2. That evens out the scoreline, or the man count rather, in a 3-3 fashion. Zill has a strong position on Heaven. Timing not great though, and he will miss those shots. Unfortunately, leaving up to Strax, who can't find any more in the round. That's going to be the end of the first half. It's 9-3 the scoreline. We'll have a very quick break, and we'll see you on the other side. Alrighty folks, hello and welcome back. It's time for the second half on map number 2 between Direwolves and Coffee. Direwolves with that 9-3 lead at the moment, and Raven, it has been a pretty clinical performance from them thus far.
It has. They were absolutely dominant on their attacks, and they definitely could have got more of those. Coffee did dig deep and managed to get themselves 3, but overall, Direwolves have controlled this match, so it's time for Coffee now. They need to get couple of these first rounds just to start to make some kind of comeback happen.
How aggressive are Coffee going to be here? That's the question. It looks like it's a heavy hold of mid. Keep in mind that particularly this B bomb site is difficult to hold in the retake, but it does look like they're going to try and commit with utility being dumped. Rice needs to try and find these picks. Unfortunately for him though, his position has been revealed. It looks like the spike will be committed to by the Sage as Z gets that opening kill. Signed is a little bit late there with the shock dart. I don't think he'll be able to find a pick. He could potentially, but I don't think it's hit the mark. And Coffee in a great position to take this round.
Oz on a bit of a flank here though, and if that's not found out, could be very detrimental and really assist on the retake. Doesn't quite hit the shots needed though. Means it's 2 versus 3 though. No, 3 versus 1. Gonna be hard now for Noz. I don't think he's gonna be able to get this retake happening. Time really ticking away, and Strax will secure that for Coffee. They do get a round. It's 1 in the book on their comeback.
Attacker-sided map, question mark. That could be the case. I'll have to see if this trend continues, but it is a good start for Team Coffee, and as we saw in the first half, we're probably expecting Coffee to take the second round here in the half, and look, that makes the scoreboard look a little bit nicer for them. It will be a 5-9 if that is the case, and they can try to start mounting some sort of comeback here. Keep in mind that they need to win this map. If they lose, they're down and out completely.
I mean, you brought up the fact that maybe this is a little attacker-sided, and at face value, maybe that is the case, given the way the map plays out. Aggressive C-long push here, though, from Direwolves. That has been absolutely shut down by Coffee, so maybe this is going to be another round in the hands of Coffee, which will bring them back to a 9-5, starting to look more manageable, and right now, all up to Noz.
He needs to find 4. Again, not a whole lot to lose if he attempts it, and he will be shut down by Cavalier, who has had a pretty good map so far. spike planted as well, which is great across the board for Coffee, who can keep their credits nice and fresh, or nice and healthy. You do expect Wolves now to respond with a buy, and it looks like that will be the case. Unfortunately, of course, we can't see the full scoreboard due to a little bit of a UI glitch, but I think that the top fragger will give us a pretty good indication on how these teams are going to approach the buys.
Yeah, it's usually the case, usually does show that for us. And look, a point I was in the middle of making before it got very chaotic in that last round is just the nature of the map. Because of the 3 sites, maybe it is a bit attacker-sided because you have to be very spread as a defense, and that means that you have to be very reactive, which can also be an additional detriment because you could react heavy to what you think the push is, and that could be a bait. And then that's so easy to sell baits to a defense. So maybe that's what we're seeing because, you know, Coffee just secured 2 rounds in a row. Looking good for them so far. And right now, again, potentially they're going to get spiked down on B here.
Sageful sends it, manages to get it down. That slow orb, though, could compromise them on the retake as Signed will manage to pick up 2, leaving it in a 4-on-3 in the advantage of the Wolves. But it has been planted for window, and we're expecting Coffee now to play quite passive. That is the case at the moment, but that barrier orb could allow them to hit the defuse. Oh no, can they break the wall? They will. Can the Sage deny the defuse? I think she did, but she is taken down in the process. Noz, meanwhile, is popping off and manages to find a pick, but in the midst of all that chaos, the spike has been defused. A misplay there from Coffee, potentially, as they're unable to find that pick onto site.
And really well played from Direwolves. They were at quite the disadvantage as that quick spike was going down. It looked like it was going to be that Coffee round. But just that barrier orb in particular did create a bit of panic and a bit of chaos. And it meant that Coffee had to reposition or disposition and try and swiftly attack so that counter defuse didn't come out. Direwolves, they shoot back out to a 5-round lead. But ever importantly now, Guz that they're at 10. They're inching very close to match point.
Hunter's Fury used by Sign really early round here, maybe trying to find that opening frag, but he doesn't inflict any damage at all. Well, Strax and Swell, though, managing to get a pick each. And in the early stages of this round, it will be a 4-on-4. Rice getting quite aggressive in mid alongside Noz as well. And they might try and push window here.
Might do. Some aggressive positions. Noz finds one. It's answered back, though. A lot of trades coming out. It does leave it in a 2 versus 1, but it's in favor of Direwolves. Well, up to Cavalier in this attack. He does not have Spike in hand, but he is on a flank.
Cavalier finds one. It's been a big map for him so far, but can he find this player on that window position? Oh, he hits a couple shots, but Rice will manage to pick up that kill. And the Wolves are edging closer and closer now to that map point and series point.
I think that's really big because Coffee have now been able to go essentially toe-to-toe with Direwolves in this half, but they've managed to pull out 2 rounds out of that. Direwolves shooting out to the 11-5, even though Coffee have been really upping it and giving it their all. That's a pretty big statement. So now the Wolves just need 2 rounds to be able to close out not just the map, but the series.
Spike in the hands of Skits. Free fire in that garage position. There is a player on the window, but it doesn't take a whole lot of damage. In fact, these players will be spotted by a recon bolt. Quick look at the minimap, and we actually see Sage pushing very aggressively through a short. So Coffee will need to be mindful of that flank.
They will. Looks like they're trying to.
Yep, Chris finds a pick.
You're right, though, guys. Yeah, that's the spike down as well. Just going to wall it off, and oh, this could be detrimental. Chris, what a huge shot onto Z. This really could be a nail in the coffin for Coffee here, depending how well it can go. Does manage to get traded out, but guys, that's a 3 versus 2. It's in favor of Direwolves. 50 seconds to go. Swirl finds one of them and the other in window. Defenders win the round, and that is the Direwolves moving to match and series points.
Coffee now will need to win 7 rounds straight to head this one into overtime. If they lose one more round, they lose the map, they lose the series, and they will be knocked out of the lower bracket. So it is very much crunch time for them. It's been a rough afternoon thus far. Direwolves shutting them down on multiple occasions, even when that momentum was building. Does look like there is some cash still in reserve, or some credits in reserve for Coffee, and I mean, it's still a die time for them. There's really no room for saving at the moment.
No, definitely not. 4 ults in the book can be helpful. See what they can mount on this attack. Again, they've heavily pushed in through mid. 2 players pushing towards A short though, so maybe they are going to go for that push. Spike still basically in spawn. So it means no matter how deep these guys go, they're going to have to come back and think about Spike. Or they're just going to have to go for all the frags.
A has been pushed. Frags do ensue, and Skits will actually hit the resurrection as well as Chris hits one as well. That was an absolutely hilarious audio cue because that was almost in sync. And just like that, it's reset to a 5v5, but Strax will find a pick, so it's a 5-on-4 Coffee with the advantage.
Strax is actually on B by himself. He's found the entry. I can only imagine he's like, boys, I've got B. Look at this rotate all the way through. They're going to stick Spike in B, or they're going to continue to take C. It's signed there, though. He misses the second. It's on a 3K right now. Spike is planted on B. This is important for Coffee to stay in the game.
I know exactly where.
It is do or die. Cypher upload should assist them as Skits gets 4 in the round. Make that an ace, in fact. Or make it 4 rather. No. Yeah. Ace, was it? Yeah. Ace. Yes. V is ace. Yes. Oh my. I don't think we've seen an ace all day today. So look. I think there's no better time than now, really, to be stepping up. And Coffee will finally get around on the board after losing 3 straight.
Yep. And look, I think your confusion about the ace is the game didn't bring up a prompt for ace because it was a revive. I think that has a factor because technically there was 6 kills or something like that.
Well, I think.
But look,
yeah, I'm not exactly. I was expecting the ace prompt, so that's why I was a bit thrown off. I don't know.
Yeah.
Valorant.
I think that's it. I think that was it. But hey, it was good. And look, speaking of good, Rice, what a big shot with the Sheriff. And it's answered back with 2 from Coffee, so they will at least carry man advantage. Now that's made stronger through that smoke bang. Zion is still in the corner, though. Could put a big dent. Nope. Cavaliers is going to say, hey, no way. And all up to Chris now on this flank.
Shoddy in hand. Going to be a tall order to find 4 picks. Especially on window. Head is exposed, and he currently has 4 players shooting that position. He will use the barrier orb to pick up the Vandal. The slower Bulldog from Coffee will prevent a quick rotate, but he does get out with his life. Spike planted, and Chris now will just vibe out for the remainder of this round and try and keep that Vandal in hand.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing is that Direwolves losing a couple of rounds in a row means their economy has been taking a hit, but holding that gun will be important. He's just going to sit around window. Might be able to find some exit picks if they try to rotate through B, but doesn't look like that will be the case. This will mean, Gus, Coffee got to 7. 5 rounds at a deficit.
Look, I don't think it's really enough yet to say that they might be on for a comeback, but I'm not going down without a fight, which is great to see. I haven't given up yet. As that Spike will explode, and Chris could be in a position to find these picks, but they're holding firm, and oh, he gives away his position. That could be a little bit risky, but it doesn't really matter in the end. He keeps that Vandal in hand, which will come in handy for the Coffee's economy, which probably has taken a little bit of a hit. Although the last few rounds has probably boosted it up significantly. And they are now in a great position to just continue this going.
Very important for Direwolves to not let this get too out of hand. Of course, they are sitting on match points. They only need 1. Only 1 round to close out the map. Coffee, of course, need 5 to even stay in it. Got some good momentum now. Noz, though, oh, that's
Jeepers.
a big frag onto Cavalier. Sign steps up. That's 2. 5 versus 3 now. The Sage doesn't have an ult, so can't see a revive on the side of Coffee. This may be the final round.
It's going to be tough. Strax has this Spike in hand, heading in towards A, which is being monitored by 2 members of Wolves. Both of which are ready and waiting for the long and short push respectively. Looks like some Sky Smokes will come down. They're actually going to try and push through that, but Rice manages to drop 1, leaving it in a 2-on-4. Z has got an aggressive, thinks about sticking the Spike, but does think better of it. Skits will find a pick of his own, and maybe the Wolves now will wait it out and go for a retake.
That is huge from Skits because he got that kill. It means that he could get that revive. Does make it a 3 versus 3, so potentially doable. Some big ult usage coming out from Direwolves. Didn't really end up affecting the plan. Delayed it, but it's gone down. So now, post-plant for Coffee. Retake with Direwolves, 3v3.
Drone does provide some intel. Swell prepping from heaven to try and flash these players out and allow the rest of Direwolves to retake, who don't really have a whole lot to lose here as they're going to try and dedicate in towards site. But it has been played in a disciplined fashion by Coffee. A couple of off positions being held, but that position at long is revealed. Oh no, they're just melting them at the moment. And Strax, he has his ultimate, but can he find the picks? He finds the one at short, but he needs to find 2 more. Oh my, he denies the counter defuse. Can he find the third? No, but has he wasted enough time? I think he may have just held on here. Well, just under 3 seconds left needed for the Direwolves to take that round, but Coffee just edged out in the end.
That was a big play from the Breach player. Has kept Coffee in the game just one more round at least. 12-8, it is getting closer. You know, the more and more this happens, the more hyped Coffee are going to be, the more confident they're going to be. Momentum will do that to you. And on top of that, more pressure getting stacked into the side of Direwolves. They're going to start thinking, come on, guys, it's just one round. Like, let's close it out. And the more that doesn't happen, it's going to be detrimental. So this is starting to be a bit of a tough tug of war right now.
The only thing that can really put the Wolves' mind to ease is the fact that they can fall back to the third map, but I mean, you definitely don't want that mentality. This is the time to just close it out and relieve some of that pressure. And they have been under quite a bit of pressure in this tournament after dropping to that lower bracket, but have survived so far. The same probably can't be said about Coffee, who are staring down the barrel of defeat still. 4 rounds, I think, will be a tall order.
But they seem like they're ready for it. Dream gets the opening pick. That's important. Onto Swirl. He's had a pretty big impact for the Direwolves. It's like they're still trying to force this B push. There are 2 defenders ready to try and stop that take. It's Noz. He only has a Sheriff to deny the entry through the door. He's about to get smoked off as well. He's going to molly in return. It's going to slow them down just a little bit longer.
And that's the thing, all these rounds have really put the Wolves in a bit of a corner here in terms of their economy, and I don't think they have been able to commit to a full buy. Looks like Coffee, though, are going to commit to a full push in towards C, and Wolves will need to try and retake with that man disadvantage. Signed. Oh my word. Get deleted, brother. Dream wide picks him with the operator and shuts him down. And Raven, this should be another Coffee round.
Yep, feels like it. I mean, it was quite the save from Direwolves, so again, thinking long-term about that economy. I just can't get rid of that peak. Dream just rounded the corner into the face of a shotgun. He's like, hey, bro. Bryce gets traded out. Leaves it all in the hands of the final 2 defenders. That's Chris. He's sitting patient, maybe trying to get an exit frag. Dream is going to hold that angle in case he gets aggressive. Looks like this round is going to go in favor of Coffee, but if they're not ready for this, Chris could have an impact here. That's an operator dropped. Pretty key. If they can get that back up, that will be helpful.
Noz hasn't actually been able to find a weapon for himself and could be taken off the board. He is, so loses the Sheriff. Overall, not a fantastic round there for the Wolves, and looks like Coffee were able to recover that operator. Oh, you can feel the pressure rising a little bit here. That's 4 straight for Coffee. Look, I'm still not convinced that it'll go to OT, but it's looking pretty damn close.
I'm not convinced either, but the momentum is in the side of Coffee. I know that was a save round for the Direwolves. They didn't buy hard, but well, they die-harded because that was huge from Coffee in that round. They're only 3 rounds behind. You know, if they do manage to get this one, I can only imagine the Direwolves are starting to be feeling a lot of pressure.
Looking like a 5-man push through to A4 in long, 1 short. Diffuser in the hand of the Sage. Noz is in a position to deny this short entry, but thinks better of it so that he can put down some of those sky smokes. His location has been revealed and they might just push straight through these smokes. Rice, oh my word, gets the wall bang, or the smoke bang rather, with that intel. It's a great opening for his team, and Coffee are now on that back foot. However, they are going to get that spike down just.
Bind using his ult at the right time. Makes it a 5 versus 3. Dream Holding the angle in long. We'll get one onto Chris. That helps out a little bit. That spike being baited. There's going to be some utility used just to deny it a little bit longer. That's a great peek from Rice. Gets one of the Cavalier. It is refragged. Leaves it up to 2 players versus 2, guys.
Dream, he's in the perfect position at long. Bit of HP on the board as well. They need to commit to the defuse. Dream pushes through, but Sign will shut them both down in the end. What a performance from him. And the Dire Wolves will close out the series in a 2-0 fashion.
So close for Coffee. They're about 3-ish seconds away. If they had just delayed the jump onto Spike that much longer, they could have had that round in the books. But nope, Dire Wolves, they soaked up the pressure. They absorbed it. They got through it. They win that series 2-0. And in the end, it ended up being close on map 2.
Wow, Cavalier coming up massive. In fact, Z as well, but they were still unable to close out the map. Look, it was a valiant effort from Coffee in the end to try and close that one out, but unfortunately, just wasn't meant to be. A more consistent performance rather there across the board from Dire Wolves, who will keep that dream alive and progress now into the quarterfinals.
And look, just having a quick peek at the scoreboard too, the fact that 2 Coffee players are actually at the top of the scoreboard kind of really highlights just that there was too much of a disparity within their team in terms of the performance, and it kind of all came a bit too late. So unfortunate for them, but like you said, Coffee will be sent packing. Dire Wolves progress, and that was kind of probably the expectation that people would have had coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. They are a well-known organization. 2 of their players alongside Avril are actually signed onto them now. So look, I think they're only going to be getting bigger and better. And I mean, it's a big relief for them, right? They probably weren't expecting to drop down to that lower bracket. So to now be comfortably through to that quarterfinals has to, be a bit of a sigh of relief for them.
Absolutely. I do think that does relieve a touch of pressure to them, but it's only going to ramp up because they are now really deep in the playoffs. They're going to be wanting to go as far as they can. And some of the opponents ahead of them are really, really tough to come up against. I mean, Exoclan is one of the big ones in particular. I believe they were the ones that knocked Dire Wolves into the lower bracket.
Well, that will conclude our matches here this afternoon, Raven. Before we close things out, I know we're still trying to get a grip of casting Valorant, but we hope we had a lot of fun. Any final thoughts, man?
No, like you said, we are still new to casting Valorant, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the potential comeback that was coming just there, and I feel like these matches is going to be getting closer and closer the deeper we get into this tournament. So this is the time you really want to be tuned in to as many of these matches, and I think it's going to be an exciting conclusion to the tournament.
Awesome. Well, that does conclude Sunday here in the group of 16. Of course, we'd like to give a massive shout out to Logitech, Puma, Alienware, and Intel for their continued support throughout this series. But with that said and done, we're about to close the show. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.
Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger.